Welcome, everybody. I'd like to welcome all of you from around the world to this conference, the NovoPangea Latin America Conference. We're together here to face climate change, the fourth regional conference on the Intergovernmental Expert Panels on Climate Change and the IPCC, sponsored and organized by Fundación Meri. I'd like to thank everybody for being here today and through FCS.TV. We've created this arena for reflection, critical thought, dialogue on the regional level around a subject that affects most of us and all of us climate change. This is an urgent matter that we need to tackle together with concrete actions. Nova Pangea Latin America has the objective of bringing citizens close to diverse experts in these matters to tackle the complexities of the crisis. We fundamentally believe in creating these collaboration instances for conversation that allow us to work together with the public, private sectors, and civil society to adapt and combat climate change, emphasizing the reports developed by the IPCC. Through this initiative, we seek to disseminate science for decision-making matters related to climate change and promoting citizen participation in Latin America and the Caribbean in environmental matters, supplementing the knowledge of the scientific community with the local people's knowledge. So, what do we have for you today? We have four panels with experts on matters on marine ecosystem protection, food safety in Latin America and the Caribbean, and challenges in the economic sense, which are proposed through climate change combat. So we also have Patagonia Azul. It's a 30-minute documentary that invites us all to connect with the largest mammal of the earth. I imagine you already know which one this is, the blue whale. So through interviews with experts and a diverse amount of videos, we will talk about this. And before the first panel, we'd like to invite everybody to hear the welcoming words given, first of all, by Thelma Crook, Vice President of the IPCC. Good morning to all the participants of this regional conference. This has become a traditional event here in Chile, and this allows me to, first of all, greet Maisa Rojas, the Minister of Environment of Chile, and specifically my dear friend, Francisca Cortés Solari, President of Fundación Meri. The initiative of the foundation is to hold this regional conference, and it's a clear signal of their concern about climate change and its implications specifically for the region. On this occasion, the conference will focus on the IPCC report findings about adaptation, vulnerability, and climate change mitigation, which have been published in March and April. Out of these reports, we see that climate change created and induced by humans has created diverse, generalized impacts which are in detriment to the environment and people, and this goes beyond the climate variability, and that the increase of these extremes, be it climate and otherwise, have caused irreversible impacts according to the impacts on nature, human systems, and these environmental systems have been pushed beyond their capacity. We know with great certainty that the effects of on the environment through climate change differ substantially within and throughout the regions. Central and South America are highly exposed, vulnerable, and greatly impacted by climate change. This situation is exacerbated by inequality, poverty, populational growth, and high population density. The change in land use, specifically deforestation, with the consequent loss of biodiversity, the overuse of ground, and loss of biodiversity of natural resources for the production of basic resources. There are many extremes that are impacting the region, and we can see that this is only intensified. These events include the increase of temperatures in droughts as well, the increase of the sea levels, and the acidification of the oceans, and so many other impacts. We thank the Vice President of IPCC for her kind words, and I will continue with the welcoming words of the Executive President of Fundación MERI, Francisca Cortés Solari. Dear Thelma Kirk, Vice President of IPCC, dear Sylvia Earle, founder of Ocean View, dear panel members, and dear citizens that are here with us today. This is a very special moment for us, and on behalf of Filantropía Cortés Solari and Fundación Meri, we're here to inaugurate this fourth NovoPangea conference. For more than 3 years, we collaborated with the dissemination and acceleration of scientific knowledge produced by the experts of the IPCC and also the whole scientific community in Latin America and the Caribbean for better decision making in public matters for the mitigation, obviously, of climate change. Climate change is a reality. It's a multidimensional phenomenon that's not limited to the environment, but it also directly impacts the social, cultural, economic dimensions of every country of the world. Therefore, public policies have to incorporate scientific assessments in all their dimensions and decision making. Focusing on the environment means taking charge of anthropogenic threats to the environment. In the social arena, it means tackling the cost to health and the impact on the ecosystems which we shall face as a society due to climate change. In the cultural sense, this means that our society must respect ancestral traditions, and in economy, there's a huge challenge ahead of us of incorporating the correct valuation of ecosystem services for better decision making that allows the development of concrete actions in a quick manner. In these days, we'll tackle all these essential topics for humanity, the threats that the environment is going through, be it in the oceans or on land, especially also food security, which is very important for humanity today. Our continent is rich and diverse, therefore, it's essential for achieving a world balance. However, there are various threats that have progressively increased, such as droughts, fires, and the intensive land use without any type of regulation whatsoever. It's our responsibility to change the paradigm, not just to increase the sustainability of our resources, but also to not mortgage the future of our children and the planet, which is what we're doing today. We're living through a level of urgency, and the world is going through one of the worst pandemics of the world. So, also, we see wars, and wars also affect the environment and our geopolitical systems. However, climate change continues to advance throughout all of these crises without waiting for anything. Therefore, our call is to be brave to face individual drastic changes from a greater level of awareness than what we currently have as humanity. The courage to promote collective and inclusive changes that are born out of our goodwill and through our moral and civil obligations. We need to reach agreements that we haven't been able to reach before. We need dialogue that are rich and enriched for the sake of the world. I wish you a wonderful day, wonderful panel sessions, and we expect having positive messages for the world. We're going to make history. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank all of the welcoming words and thoughts and good wishes for today and tomorrow. We're going to have spaces for critical thought, reflection to advance in climate change matters. We'd like to remind everybody as well that all of the conversations of all the panels will be available at www.fundacionmeri.cl and also fcs.tv. In case that you're not able to assist to all of the panels, you can watch the replays on those websites, and we'll also see highlights on social media, Twitter, Instagram, and you could also participate through hashtag NovoPangea. Now we'll start the first panel, which is called Oceans Under Threat, the urgency of protecting their ecosystemic services. However, right before that, we're going to have 10 minutes so that the panel members can connect and so that you could also prepare to hear the panels. You could take your last emails before the panel. In the meantime, we'll show the video that we prepared for all of you, and we'll meet once again at 9:30.
Te
Thank you.
presentamos Territoriar, una app que te permitirá aprender sobre nuestra biodiversidad de una manera lúdica, didáctica y completa. Chile es un laboratorio de una invaluable riqueza en biodiversidad presente en sus ecosistemas terrestres y marinos. Descarga la app, disfruta, aprende y educa a distintos cursos y edades a través de realidad aumentada y fichas con información descargable para ser usadas en la sala de clases o desde la casa. ¡Vamos a territoriar!
Hola, soy Sonia Español Jiménez, soy bióloga marina, trabajo en Fundación Meri. Hace 8 años me vine de España a Chile para estudiar las ballenas. Cuando era pequeña veía muchos documentales en la tele de naturaleza y en especial veía una serie que se llamaba Flipper. Flipper era un delfín que podía comunicarse, podía hablar con su entrenadora. A mí eso me parecía fascinante, cómo un delfín podía hablar con un humano. Esto me hizo pensar y darme cuenta que yo quería estudiar a los delfines y a las ballenas. Así que estudié durante muchos años y finalmente llegué a Chile. De los 13 tipos de ballenas que hay, en Chile existen 9. Eso es muchísimo, es una gran oportunidad para poder estudiarlas y conocerlas. Estudiar las ballenas es súper importante, no solo porque es un animal más grande que ha existido en la Tierra, sino también porque están en todos los océanos. Así, al estudiarlas a ellas, podemos conocer si nuestras actividades diarias están afectando a donde ellas viven. En Chile podemos ver 9 tipos de ballenas diferentes, algunas de ellas en peligro de extinción. Se alimentan en las aguas frías del sur de Chile porque son ricas en alimentos. Una vez que se alimentan, se van a las aguas más calientes, como por ejemplo Ecuador, a reproducirse y tener sus crías, porque así estas nacerán más a salvo. Si queremos proteger a nuestras ballenas, tenemos que cuidar nuestros océanos. Y una de las formas más simples en las que todos podemos ayudar es preocuparnos de cómo y en qué usamos el agua de nuestras casas, porque finalmente todo el agua en algún momento va a llegar al océano. Los océanos producen el 50% del oxígeno que todos nosotros consumimos y para ello las ballenas son clave, porque con sus nutrientes ayudan a que aparezcan unas microalgas que son como unos árboles en chiquitito que por una parte generan este oxígeno y por otra absorben el CO2 de la atmósfera. Así que tanto las ballenas como los océanos nos están ayudando a día de hoy a mitigar las consecuencias del cambio climático. Si quieres conocer más sobre las ballenas y el fascinante mundo marino, te invitamos a ver ahora las cápsulas educativas de Fundación Meri y a que nos sigas en las redes sociales y en www.fundacionmeri.cl. ¡Nos vemos!
Desde hace millones de años, las ballenas han habitado desde la Antártica hasta el Ártico y durante su vida capturan 33 toneladas de CO2, 1500 veces más que un árbol. Este es absorbido en sus cuerpos por lo que no vuelve a salir a la atmósfera, ayudando así a reducir uno de los principales gases causante del calentamiento global. Las ballenas aportan nutrientes a su paso por todos los océanos. Estos nutrientes son fuente de vida microscópica, como el plancton, que ayuda a los océanos a fabricar el 50% del oxígeno que consume el planeta. Además, este sirve de alimento a otros organismos, siendo una cadena sin fin que favorece a todo el ecosistema marino y al ser humano que se beneficia de este servicio traducido en la pesquería. Cuantas más ballenas, más peces. Sin embargo, las ballenas están bajo amenaza. Entre el 2007 y 2019 van más de 1.200 víctimas. Por eso nace The Blue Boat Initiative, que instalará y conectará la primera red sudamericana de boyas acústicas de alerta temprana para la protección de ballenas. Una red de boyas inteligentes con un complejo sistema de hidrófonos, sensores oceanográficos y transmisores que comenzará a operar en el sur de Chile. Esta es una de las principales áreas de alimentación y crianza de ballenas del hemisferio sur, gracias a la gran productividad y refugio que generan la combinación única de fiordos y las corrientes subantárticas y oceánicas. The Blue Boat Initiative comenzará en el mar interior de Chiloé, el Golfo de Ancud y el Golfo de Corcovado para luego cubrir toda la ruta migratoria de las ballenas. La información satelital que ellas envían permitirá advertir en tiempo real a las embarcaciones sobre la presencia de ballenas para que éstas tomen medidas que eviten golpear a estos valiosos cetáceos. Estas boyas permitirán también conocer datos vitales en cuanto al calentamiento global de los océanos, debido a los sensores oceanográficos que monitorearán el estado de salud de los océanos. El océano es parte esencial del ciclo de la vida y nosotros podemos ayudar a que ésta siga adelante, multiplicándose y beneficiando al mundo entero. Sé parte de esta inédita iniciativa chilena. Ayúdanos a cambiar la historia del océano y el mundo.
Bueno, las principales iniciativas que hoy día nosotros estamos llevando en el contexto chileno son tres. Una, que es la red de aprendizaje para la pesca artesanal, la cual de una u otra forma entrega las distintas herramientas y es un espacio también de conversación, de poder intercambiar experiencias entre los distintos actores que se desarrollan en la pesca artesanal, desde lo que son los pescadores propiamente tal, pasando por los institutos científicos y aquellas instituciones que tienen que ver con la fiscalización y con la administración de los distintos recursos. Por tanto, es un espacio de confianza en donde se busca, a través de este diálogo transparente, poder lograr de una u otra forma encontrar soluciones innovadoras que nos permitan de una u otra forma entender que el desarrollo depende de cada uno de los actores que se ven involucrados.
es este proyecto de Blue Boat Initiative, que a través de la instalación de boyas acústicas en lugares de alta congregación de cetáceos permitirá dar aviso en tiempo real a las embarcaciones para que éstas disminuyan su velocidad.
Desde hace millones de años, las ballenas han habitado desde la Antártica hasta el Ártico y durante su vida capturan 33 toneladas de CO2, 1500 veces más que un árbol. Este es absorbido en sus cuerpos por lo que no vuelve a salir a la atmósfera, ayudando así a reducir uno de los principales gases causante del calentamiento global. Las ballenas aportan nutrientes a su paso por todos los océanos. Estos nutrientes son fuente de vida microscópica, como el plancton, que ayuda a los océanos a fabricar el 50% del oxígeno que consume el planeta. Además, este sirve de alimento a otros organismos, siendo una cadena sin fin que favorece a todo el ecosistema marino y al ser humano que se beneficia de este servicio traducido en la pesquería. Cuantas más ballenas, más peces. Sin embargo, las ballenas están bajo amenaza. Entre el 2007 y 2019 van más de 1.200 víctimas. Por eso nace The Blue Boat Initiative, que instalará y conectará la primera red sudamericana de boyas acústicas de alerta temprana para la protección de ballenas. Una red de boyas inteligentes con un complejo sistema de hidrófonos, sensores oceanográficos y transmisores que comenzará a operar en el sur de Chile. Esta es una de las principales áreas de alimentación y crianza de ballenas del hemisferio sur, gracias a la gran productividad y refugio que generan la combinación única de fiordos y las corrientes subantárticas y oceánicas. The Blue Boat Initiative comenzará en el mar interior de Chiloé, el Golfo de Ancud y el Golfo de Corcovado para luego cubrir toda la ruta migratoria de las ballenas. La información satelital que ellas envían permitirá advertir en tiempo real a las embarcaciones sobre la presencia de ballenas para que éstas tomen medidas que eviten golpear a estos valiosos cetáceos. Estas boyas permitirán también conocer datos vitales en cuanto al calentamiento global de los océanos, debido a los sensores oceanográficos que monitorearán el estado de salud de los océanos. El océano es parte esencial del ciclo de la vida y nosotros podemos ayudar a que ésta siga adelante, multiplicándose y beneficiando al mundo entero. Sé parte de esta inédita iniciativa chilena. Ayúdanos a cambiar la historia del océano y el mundo.
Now we're going to begin our first panel. Oceans under threat, the urgency of protecting its ecosystemic services. We have several participants. We have Norma Patricia. She is a biologist, marine biologist, and she is with Fundación Meri. Good morning, Daniela. Good morning, Paulina. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone who are here with us. It is a pleasure for me to be able to moderate this NovoPangea panel, and we are going to be talking about the current status of the ocean, their threats, and the urgency to protect its ecosystemic services. We understand that oceans have unique habitats, have great biodiversity, and provide us with ecosystemic services such as regulating the climate. But climate is generating important impacts such as the increase in the temperature, acidification, loss of oxygen, affecting marine organisms, and having impacts on fisheries and human communities. And our panel seeks to reinforce the relationship between oceans and their valuable biodiversity. We have a significant and very important group of professionals who dedicate their lives to observing the ocean and how climate change is impacting them. Now we have Norma Munoz, who's with IPCC. And she is at the Interdisciplinary Center for Research and Studies on Environment and Development at the Polytechnic Institute National Polytechnic Institute in Mexico. She is also at the Climate Change and Ecology Institute, and she's also a member of the National Network of Multidisciplinary Oceanographic Investigation. And she also works with UNESCO, amongst others. Thank you, Norma, for being with us today. We are also going to have Elizabeth van der Meer. She is the Vice President of Oceana Chile. Lisbeth is a veterinarian from the University of Chile, master's in natural resource management and sustainability or environmental sustainability, minoring in fishing economy at the University of British Columbia. And in 2013, she joined Oceana Chile as a director of fishery campaign. In 2016, she took on executive directorship of Oceana, where she has worked on stopping the installation of Dominga, which is a seaport and mining venture, and she has been working on stopping bottom trawling fishing, combating illegal fishing, and the bill that was recently approved by Congress to eliminate disposables and plastics in the ocean. We also have Jaime Letelier, doctor in oceanography at the University of Concepcion, and he's also been a professor at the Pontificia Universidad Católica in Valparaíso and the University of Valparaíso in both undergrad and postgrad. He is also the main researcher in different applied research and basic research projects. Currently, he is the head of oceanography and environment in fishing. Thank you very much, Jaime, for being with us today. And from the Foundation MERI, we have Sonia Español, who is Executive Director of Fundación MERI. She is a sea sciences professional, master's in renewable energies, and doctor in marine biology. And she specializes in marine mammals, mainly in studying identification, distribution, and behavior of whales. Besides leading this line of investigation at MERI, she also leads research on cetaceans in reducing the ship strike threat. And she desires to have impact upon decision makers, which will also have coverage in the environmental aspect and the economic aspect. So now we are going to have our presentations from our different panelists and then to have our Q&A. So now it is Lisbeth's. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm going to share my presentation with you. I'm going to set my timer so it won't go over time. The title of this panel is Ocean Under Threat, the Urgency of Protecting Ecosystemic Services. There are lots of topics that this brings together. And I would like to begin by telling you that we are going to begin with the most positive aspect, where we have been able to make progress. For a long time here in Chile, we have been aware of these unfortunately named sacrifice zones, areas which are saturated by industrialization. This on the screen is Huasco, and it's one of the only places where there was sending out of mining tailings into the ocean. And now this tailing was closed in 2018, and we hope that this will be the first and last that is putting its tailings into the ocean. And we used to think that the ocean was this enormous, infinite area with resources that would not be affected by coastal activities such as this one. Overfishing is another problem that we have. However, we are trying to use more selective fishing, and we are trying to eradicate bottom trawling fishing. We have been trying to do that for a very long time, but there are other significant threats to the ocean, such as illegal fishing. And within today's panel, I want to focus on the ecosystemic focus, where we're splitting things in the ocean, such as threats of pollution protection of different habitats, but everything is connected. It's all joined together. Here in Chile, as in all countries around the world, we have significant pollution, plastic pollution. However, in 2021, Chile signed the law that prohibits or bans single-use plastics, and there is an enormous effort to get the citizenry to participate in this bill, and we citizens are going to be a quality control agent, as plastic is one of the significant threats that there is in the entire world. In Chile, we have protected 44% of our exclusive economic zone. We are the leaders in Latin America in this type of protection. Many say that these are parks that are not administrated or managed yet, but I want to make it very clear using this map. You can see the Global Fishing Watch, where you can very clearly see that there is no fishing in this area. It's a no-take zone. This was the biggest threat in this area, and ever since we have created these parks, fishing is no longer a problem in these areas. We have also protected undersea mounts and mountains, so there's also no industry or fishing in those areas. And the most significant point is that sources of employment and livelihoods are protected, such as those in Juan Fernandez, the archipelago of Juan Fernandez, where we are protecting lobsters, for instance. Now, here are areas where we can continue to work. Protection is focused in the central area of the country, because it is these significant Pacific islands that are protected. However, coastal zones are not protected, as you can see, and it is very difficult to create protected areas where there is different types of uses. There are industry, salmon farms, fisheries. So here you can see a underrepresentation of these ecosystems which are not protected. Less than 0.02% of the Norte Chico, which is in northern part of Chile. In the south, there are more areas that are protected. And we do know that these are biodiversity hotspots. However, despite that, we have not been able to protect them. Activities that have been flourishing there for a very long time have also not been protected, and we have not been able to guarantee to the residents that these types of activities will be able to continue over time. And it's very significant to keep in mind the type of effects, significant effects that climate change is going to have on these biodiversity hotspots. That's why it's really important to be resilient and to keep fish communities in their best shape, and that is a good way to combat climate change. Now we're going to go back to the threats of the area. These are the mega projects that have tried to be implemented in these areas. There are ports, coal-fired power plants, mines, etc. And as a country, we need to protect certain areas, and not all areas have this type of richness and biodiversity. When you regulate fisheries or you create marine protected areas, here we see that this is in Pisagua in northern Chile. Each one of these environments depends upon the other, so we cannot. For instance, if anchovy is healthy, they are one link in the chain, but we also need to protect sharks and manta rays and conger eels and everything else. And here in Chile, we've forgotten about that because we tend to protect single species. We also need to take into consideration the stress that we are creating by removing these significant kelp forests. There's also the acidification and sea warming, and these kelp forests are the foundation of these ecosystems. Daniel Polly has said that we are beginning to fish down the food web. And currently, greatest fishery extraction is kelp forests. We are deforesting the oceans, and this is going to cause an irreversible loss, not just for livelihoods of the people who work with these kelp forests, but it will also affect this perfect balance that the ecosystem services need to have to be able to continue performing the work that they currently perform. So, just wanted to let you know how we have not been able to unite all of these ecosystem services and to have a united ecosystem perspective. And that is what is concerning us most currently. And there I am. I've finished my 7 minutes right on time.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And now you were very concise and on time, and your presentation was very interesting and it really grabs out the current situation. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor to Jaime, who will give his presentation. Please go ahead. I hope everybody can see the presentation, right? Okay, wonderful. My name is Jaime Letelier, and I'm an oceanographer by trade. I came into the Instituto de Fomento Pesquero, the Fishing Fostering Institute, which has been working for over 70 years with a view towards the future. Usually, I would focus on academia, which is the sector I'm from, but over 58 years ago, they started taking environmental data in this institute, and now within the context of climate change, decades later, we can reanalyze historical information that's extremely valuable to be able to see all the changes that are happening in the oceans, historically speaking. Now, with respect to what Lisbeth mentioned, law mandates us to try to implement an ecosystemic focus in order to give information to advise the political authorities so that they can make better decisions. Our mission is basically delivering diagnostic data information in such a way that the sectorial authorities can make decisions with respect to associated policies related to the conservation of the resources, resource management, fishing prohibitions, and anything related to the hydrobiological resources, which are fundamental. Our sampling efforts have been carried out for over 40 years. We have 42 projects. We have 13 annual cruises, 4,000 oceanographic stations, 5 monthly coastal stations, which allows us to have historical information, which very few institutions have on the national level, and perhaps we're the national institution that has the most marine information of this type. Our research ship, Abate Molina, which we manage, has been working more than 30 years. Therefore, we carry out all this work, and to historically perform this diagnosis, we analyze the amount of biomass available so that the authorities and the scientific community can make decisions on quotas, on fishing quotas. And this decision is made upon validated scientific information. Within the context of climate change, a recent publication from 2016, where we saw the participation of many fisheries, show the effects of the warming of the ocean atmospheric systems, which is evident, and the evidence on climate change on regional and local processes are also evident. We carried out simulations with numerical values, and basically an indicator is surface temperature, which shows us that in the next 50 to 100 years, we're going to see changes in distributions. This implies that we're going to have changes in regional and local processes which affect the availability and provision of fishing resources and the state of the ecosystems where aquaculture is performed, especially small scale aquaculture. Within that context, what experiences may we find? Evidence shows that basically through the El Nino events, this is a temporal event that affects our seas, for example, through the Kirk of Humboldt. This is a sample that within a short period of time shows what the conditions will be in 50 or 100 years more. If you see the top graph, you can see basically that the habitats in the north of Chile are going to widen or lessen in area according to the amount of oxygen. The minimum of oxygen will go down, and all the resources will be outside of fishing activities, and the coastal areas will have a greater amount of effects, and it will be one of the important areas for the coastal platform. In the El Nino of 2014, 15, and 16, the main concentration of sardines moved from its typical area towards the southern areas. So there's coherence between the predictions and the change in habitats and the movements that will be experienced. The public policies and management policies will not advance as quickly as the environmental changes are happening. Other evidence suggests that the red tides present of Alexandria Catanella and others have moved throughout the last decades with each event of El Nino, which has become more frequent and more intense, have moved towards the south, affecting all the collection zones and all zones where aquaculture is carried out near Chiloé. Evidence suggests changes in habitat and ecological changes, more intense and frequent El Nino phenomena, increase in turbulence, which alters the survival of small pelagic species, which are seen. This also affects the coastal increase of the sea level, increase of ocean acidity, alteration of currents and wind patterns, increase in the stratification of temperature of fresh water. This is the melting of the polar ice caps and glaciers. So in the last decades, we've observed that many organisms are changing their growth rates. What does that mean? That they grow much more quickly and they reach smaller sizes compared to the historic levels. For example, Medusa, this type of fish, we see that they changed their growth rate, especially in the coastal areas. So if the amount of Medusa increases, then the predation of certain types of larvae will increase, and this is according to the information we have. We have the destruction of kelp forests due to the extreme extraction and also extreme temperatures, increase of the early mortality, increase of beachings due to El Nino and El Niño phenomenon. We see an increase of beachings throughout the coastal areas, increase in parasites, plagues, and diseases. This implies that in the long term, there's changes in the distribution and abundance of hydroecological systems and resources. This creates a risk in sustainability, not just for the resources, but also for activities and also if we wish for the fishing activities to be sustainable. Why? Because in the long term, climate stability through the life of organisms that we saw decades ago is being altered due to climate change and also the pressures in fishing, which will affect 300,000 direct positions or jobs, and also 6.1 billion in exports. What are we doing as an institute? I just have to clarify that we're not just a fishery fostering institute. We're an institute that tries to deliver scientific information, diagnoses for the conservation through public policies from the national resource level. Now, how do we do this? We do this through the analysis of our research ships, which allow us to study the available mass, and we're using technologies that allow us to obtain the follow-up in climate through the region so that the authority may make the relevant decisions. And also, we see timelines and study timelines of the behavior of organisms, reproduction, available mass, distributions, etc., and a series of parameters that aren't just environmental. This type of platform that's being developed by Instituto de Fomento Pesquero is not unique. Through the coordination, we wish to create a type of alert prediction and observation system for the Humboldt Current, together with institutes in Peru and Ecuador, in such a way that we could act together for the follow-up and resilience of fisheries and all systems related to agriculture. That's it. Thank you very much. I don't know if I'm over time. No, you're perfect time is. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting and very interesting for everybody to get to know the work that you do and all the decisions, how they're affected in the country. Thank you very much.
Now we will listen to Sonia Español's presentation. Sonia, are you there? Hello, everyone. I'm going to share my screen with you. You can see it, right? Yes, we can. First off, thank you very much to all of my colleagues here on this panel, and of course, Mary and Cortés Solari, bringing all of these members from civil society to talk about climate change. And as Lisbeth and Jaime have mentioned, there are several problems currently in the oceans. However, my expertise, as Daniela explained earlier, is focused mainly on whales. I began studying their threat a long time ago, and now I'm trying to find a solution. So I am going to make a presentation on why whales have been an essential pillar not only in my life, but in Fundación Meri, and why they are essential to the oceans. To give you a bit of context, we know that we are facing the largest challenge that there is, climate change. And all the reports from IPCC warn us that we do need to limit global warming over the next few years. Otherwise, we will face severe consequences, which we are already beginning to face. There is some time, but not much left. So the threshold in warming, there are currently very few options to not exceed that threshold. So, of course, one of them is to reduce carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere. That is something that human beings can control. And so we need to find a balance between development in social aspect as well as environment. And we have significant challenges there. And we do need to get to zero emissions by 2050 if we want to stop the challenges that we are facing with climate change. But nature is so wise and has been around for so much longer than we have, whereas nature provides many more solutions, which allows us to mitigate climate change. If we were to allow nature to follow its course, and if we were to protect nature with its ecosystemic focus that Elizabeth was mentioning, we would be able to reduce 37% of mitigation necessary, or it would provide 37% of the mitigation necessary to be able to limit warming. So the oceans are one of the ecosystems which currently has that power and strength to be able to reduce consequences of global warming. Because if we are able to change the current perspective on oceans and we stop looking at them as just a natural resource source where we get our food, a significant amount of protein comes from the oceans. Therefore, it is involved in lots of economic activities, which make up more than 65% of global GDP. So if we change our point of view as far as the oceans to more of an ecosystemic point of view, then it would be able to provide lots of uh, system like ecosystem services where it provides a lot of the oxygen and it extracts a lot of CO2 from the atmosphere. We would be able to understand that blue economy is something that exists and is feasible, and with public policy based on scientific evidence, we would be able to have very effective measures. There is a species in the ocean, which is the whale, which could be part of this wonderful solution. And that is because whales, as we know, help us to fight climate change because they are able to store a significant amount of CO2 in their bodies. The blue whale, for instance, is the largest mammal that has existed on the planet. We know that it can store 33 tons of CO2 in its bodies versus something we are more familiar with, which would be a tree. A tree is able to absorb 22 kilos a year. So to get to 1 ton of CO2, that tree would need to be growing for about 45 years. So the magnitude or the differences between one species and another is enormous. The problem is that whales are currently under threat, and we only have a third of the whales that there was before industrial whaling. But if we are able to achieve healthy oceans where whales are protagonists, as they always have been, we would be able to reduce 1.6 tons, but up to 10 squared tons of CO2. And as things are going now, this is rather difficult. These whales have different roles within the ecosystem. And in 2020, the International Monetary Fund, together with other researchers, amongst which I am one, we researched what the economic value blue whales have in Chile, and we discovered that each one of these whales provides more than $4 million worth of value because they aid in their ecological roles in the ocean so that there will be more phytoplankton in the ocean, which is the foundation of krill, which also allows there to be more fisheries. Whales are also a very attractive species and emblematic species in many oceans. Therefore, it attracts a significant industry, whale sighting industry, which, if it is done sustainably, can bring significant resources to the local community. But as we said, whales have this capacity to reduce CO2 stock in the environment. And considering all the emissions, whales are able to make a significant impact here. And that carbon capture can be calculated. They also allow for the reproduction of phytoplankton, which also generates CO2 and generates more than 37 billion tons of CO2, captures more than 37 billion tons of CO2. That is what phytoplankton does. And this allows us to see what the important role is of whales, and we are able to value them more than we have been. As we have mentioned, whales are under threat. There are several different threats currently. The most well-known or most visible one has to do with plastics, because it not only affects whales, but the entire ocean, both macroplastics and microplastics, as Elizabeth was saying. But there's also fishing nets that are a great threat to whales, which industrial and subsistence fisher people leave in the ocean, and whales tangle in them and then die. there is another threat, which is marine traffic, and it affects cetaceans in general in two ways. One is the most visible, which has to do with ship strikes and the damages that a whale suffers when a ship strikes it involuntarily. Oftentimes, ships do not see the whale, therefore, they are unaware of how they have damaged the whales. As we can see in the photograph, we can see that we have dead whales due to these types of strikes. Also, there is a less visible way that affects whales and all cetaceans, that is the acoustic pollution. Because for all cetaceans, the main way in which they communicate amongst one another is through sound, because light at great depth is not visible at a depth greater than 30 to 40 meters. So whales have in their ear is their main way of communicating. And also ships make a lot of noise in the water, therefore inhibit or prevent whales from being able to communicate with one another. So the main threat currently is marine traffic, as we were saying, and Fundación MERI, together with the Ministry of the Environment and other institutions, created Blue Boat Initiative 2 years ago. And you have likely seen it in the intro videos. We will also be seeing those videos throughout the conference. And what this project is about is its main goal is to protect whales from marine traffic and ship strikes. What is going to be done is we're going to install the first South American early warning system network for whale protection. And we want to know what the ecosystem services that these cetaceans provide, beginning with the CO2 sequestration. So we need to create public policies to be able to protect whales, and all of this effort would also make a lot more sense if we address it from a more ecosystemic point of view. Therefore, this project allows us to monitor different oceanographic scenarios that there are in ocean-related climate change. The way in which we are going to work with this project is we are going to install a buoy in Corcovado Gulf, and this buoy will be able to detect the different sounds of different whales in real time. It will be able to recognize the whale species and in real time alert the ships and vessels that are in the area so that these vessels will be able to take necessary measures to be able to not strike the whale. Within the buoy, there will also be different oceanographic sensors where they will be registering variables, which over time we will be able to have evidence as far as which changes there are in the ocean due to climate change. This project was launched by Fundación MERI and the Ministry of the Environment, but at this point it is a national project. It involves many different institutions from the private sector, public sector, because it brings together technology to be able to protect the whales, but it's also significantly based on scientific research that Fundación MERI has and other institutions where we can study the threats that these whales face in the Corcovado area. And we're going to be able to create new knowledge based on all the information that the buoy is able to collect, and this information will be made public. There's also a very significant component as far as how this project will have a communal impact, as in we are all together making decisions based in order to protect whales. September this year, we're going to be installing the very first buoy, so I will invite you all to follow us and learn more about the project if you are interested. So please do remember that when we care for the oceans, we're not only caring for the planet, but we are also protecting ourselves. So let's give our all for the oceans. Once again, thank you very much to Fundación MERI and to my colleagues for this wonderful panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sonia, for your presentation. You really explained the importance that whales have, and you gave us a glimmer of hope in protecting and conserving whales. Thank you very much. Well, then, unfortunately, Norma Munoz had some connection problems, so she's not going to be here in this panel. We are sad that happens, and we hope to have her present in future panels, but now we can talk and tackle these issues with our expert panel. So then I invite everybody to participate in this conversation. So there's some questions I have for you. I'd like to start with Lizbeth. Lizbeth, you said that today there are certain difficulties in protecting zones, especially highly biodiverse zones. What is the basis for this difficulty? What's the fundamental challenge to not protect, or is it conservation plans for recovery? Is it the lack of knowledge on the importance of the zones? What is it? Well, I believe that there are two different things. One is when we separate this ourselves from conservation, fishing, recovery, because these are different ministries. So, BizGov, for example, is below the Ministry of Economy, and for marine protected areas, this is done through the Ministry of Environment, which does not communicate, for example, with the Ministry of Mining, nor the Ministry of Public Works. So therefore, effectively, when you see that we have a proposal of marine protected areas in Las Higueras to protect the Humboldt Archipelago, and in between we see projects that are going to have irreversible changes to that ecosystem, you ask yourself what's going on because we have not been able to communicate, even though there's so much science, they have not been able to protect these areas which are truly important for whales. This is where they rest. It's a hotspot that's well known. You could see different types of whale species and cetaceans. So this is very important for tourism. This is an area where all Chileans can see whales, and it's important for environmental education and everything that you wish to do. Nevertheless, in Chile, from from very young, they teach us that the regions are separated by location, and it's said that the north of Chile is mining, the center is agriculture, and the south was, well, I don't remember what they said about the south, but salmon fishing was definitely not in that line of thought. So as Sonia just mentioned, we do not see this in the previous discourses that the ocean is part of our life, and there's many ways of life that are associated to the ocean, many economical matters that are sustainable throughout time, and we need the ocean to live. So I think all of this is changing. I do believe that we're in a very different point than 10 years ago. All the organizations need help as well with all the research, etc., and the NGOs. We've been able to show this issue, and I have the hope that this has changed. Maybe I say this every 4 years, but concretely, we need to protect certain areas where science has shown this as important. Isawa, Higuera, we also have a front in Concepcion, which is important for the recovery of fishing. So this is going to be accelerated even more, knowing that we have climate change and we see the focus of this that's coming. And the only way that we can face these economic activities is by being resilient in the face of climate change. That's right. And we have the expectation that we have this more integrated vision and Thank you very much, Lisbeth. Now, I want to ask Jaime something. Jaime showed us the amount of information of the oceanographic work that's done, and you gave us some prognosis, some predictions that are very impactful. So, how can this impact fishing? These type of predictions will be confirmed more and more with the information we have available. So, what can we do if we know this reality is coming? What can we do to adapt? What can fishing communities do, or the coastal communities, to reduce the impact of climate change and how it's going to impact in that sense? Well, in general, a reduction of impact, well, I always think in large scale. I'm going to talk about an idea related to what Lisbeth said, and this has to do with the ocean is not infinite, just like the atmosphere is not infinite, and the resources are not infinite. There's many discourses where they say putting a desal plant or industry here is nothing because it's diluted in the oceans. That's not true. This is why we have climate change, because each car, perhaps by itself, is negligible, but all the cars, all the industries, all the people together produces impact. It's not like we just have one point which produces this. So, from the adaptation point of view, the fishing sector has to adapt to climate change for delivering scientific information so that actions can take place there. But obviously, this depends a little bit about how we continue with scientific research, how policies follow these scientific research. We need to have the same level of efforts in fisheries, even though populations change. If we increase the level of the seas and we have the different effects that has, maybe the piers will be overtaken. So there's going to be billions lost in lost piers, and it's not going to be an investment that will continue because the ocean rise perhaps will have waves that will knock it over. So people have this power. People need to become aware that there's scientific data to make better decisions with respect to all of this. Otherwise, there's a lot of economic resources which are lost, which can be wasted in reconversions, or we need cultural changes and we need to invest in education for cultural changes that have to do with this type of problem, and sometimes that's much more valuable than investing in just a pier that is useful for a few months. So these communities, basically, what they want is to work consistently. They need to maintain the resources. They need to have this income, which in this case, these resources are renewable. If we manage it well, they're renewable and they're going to last forever. At least that's the hypotheses of sustainable development. In what way do we have these resources be managed? And sometimes it's more than common sense or just common sense so that our children can have these resources. That's the thought I have related to in what way we can adapt to climate change. Humanity has a huge adaptability potential. So we hope the planet doesn't become small to us and that we can adapt in the end. That's right, Jaime. What you just mentioned is very important that scientific education be incorporated and be taken into account by decision makers because here we see the guidelines of public policies that can be created based on scientific information and so that we can have the best future possible. So thank you very much for your thoughts and for focusing on that point. And with Sonia, I'd like to talk with her a little bit about the importance that the roles play and the evaluation that whales have. And you mentioned acoustic contamination and acoustic pollution, noise pollution. It is very well known how it affects cetaceans, not as well known as contamination and pollution by plastics. Can you explain a little bit more what measures we can take to mitigate noise pollution?
Yes, you're right. Acoustic pollution, we don't even notice it because it's not visible. So there's a point where, as Jaime was saying, it no longer has to do with scientific evidence comes together or is the foundation for decision making. Really, in the end, human beings need to be able to see things. And so, how can I express to you sound pollution that you cannot see? And in order to have reproductive positivity, I mean, reproduction is absolutely essential for lots of species which are in danger of extinction. They need to be able to call one another, to have a date, and get to know one another a bit more. They also use it to find food. This is what they use sounds for, to flee predators which want to kill them. And with sounds, they are able to live in their ecosystems without any trouble and in peace. However, there are many sources of sounds in the oceans. Oceans are not silent. There's lots of biological sounds, and the oceans have already had these sounds forever. And these types of sounds are no problem to oceans. The problem that comes in is when humans perform different activities in the oceans and they issue sounds that are louder than what the ocean itself issues. And those sounds interfere with whales' ability to communicate. So they no longer have the ability to communicate amongst themselves, and they lose that possibility of being able to reproduce, to find food, or to flee in case there is a predator risk. So, this is where sound pollution comes from. It comes from many different areas. It can be more classical ones, for instance, a an oil drill that are extracting oil and gas, and those that drilling issues sounds in the ocean which interfere with oceans. We also have marine traffic. So when ships move here and there, the of course there needs to be propulsion, and when the propulsion is happening, there are little air bubbles that are created, and that is imploding into the ocean, and it's more like an explosion of sound for a cetacean, where the whales are unable to communicate. They don't know where they are, where they need to go. So when these ship propellers issue these bubbles, it's a very big problem. The when these noises are very loud or constant, that can even damage a whale's ears. That could be a momentary damage, or it could also be permanent damage, where a whale could lose its balance correctly and they could die. Or we have also seen beaching of these animals where they are completely disoriented because they think that the sand is water. And even though we try to help them go back to the ocean, they keep coming back to the beach. And it's because of this, they have lost their capacity for orienting themselves in the sea. This is where sound pollution or acoustic pollution is evident, but in our day-to-day lives, we wouldn't see it. And it is one of the main threats, not just of whales, but of life in general in the ocean. It's very important that you're able to tell us about this, and it's hard to act on things that we see. Well, it's even more difficult to act on things that we are unable to see. So, having this knowledge as far as how sound and acoustic pollution affects biodiversity is very important. I would like to take advantage of these last few minutes that we have with this panel to ask each one of you if you could share your thoughts or maybe a call to action from your areas of expertise, because we do have the information. We understand that the ocean is under various types of threats, but I would like in the closing of the panel to have a more positive call to action as far as what we can do and which direction you think that we can continue to move. So the floor is all yours. Whoever would like to begin, or Elizabeth, you can begin. Yes, I would like to highlight what Jaime said. Science has the formula to be able to reverse this enormous damage that we have reaped. And what science is telling us is that we are in serious trouble. So we have a Minister of Environment who is a scientist. We are very proud of that, and because she's a woman, of course. But I believe that that changes things when technical people are in the positions where they need to be. Now, how much will that decision making be based in politics and policy, as Jaime was saying? I really hope that they won't be twisting science's arm. I think it will be essential. Well, we live right next to the Humboldt Current. It's the most productive ocean in the world. We're not talking about the Dead Sea here. We're not talking about a desalinization plant in any old place where it won't have much of an effect. Here, we have the most productive ocean in the world, and we need to be responsible for that. We can feed a lot more people, and if fisheries and if whales and all the resources that we have here were in their optimal level of yield or performance, then this ocean could be much more productive. And I know that we do have the scientists and the processes available for that to happen. True, we hope that that happens. Jaime, yes, I would like to make a call to take advantage of what we have here in Chile. We have scientists who are very powerful as far as the ocean is concerned, and ecosystems and fisheries and red tide. We have scientists who are very knowledgeable, and they are desegregated, and they get sort of lost in this governance related to climate change and marine protected areas, which is really quite complicated to say the least. And we do have technical capacity, we have scientific capacity, so we need to work with scientists. And we have many national scientists who really long to have a platform from which they can collaborate and provide their research to decision makers. And this type of decision making needs to be accompanied by the results that we are providing. So there is no use to think about, well, we'll think about climate change in 10 more years. No, we need to address it now.
Of course. Thank you very much. Sonia? Well then, I have to just agree with what was said by Lisbeth and Jaime. I think that definitively science has spoken. What we're going through is climate change. Climate change is a reality. We're seeing the effects, not just on the local level, as we're talking about Chile, but the whole region. The IPCC mentions that Latin America is going to be one of the regions with the most effects, most affected by climate change. So it exists. Science exists. We have the scientists, and we want society to support these scientists, these initiatives, and so that this information reaches for decision makers. When we all work together and we all act together, we have an effect which is multiplied. There's a domino effect, and finally it reaches decision makers, and we can change something. So then I call everybody to that act together, and we want NovoPangea to work towards this, to empower citizens to work with this. And finally, it's the planet that we all live in, and it's ideal for it to continue to grow and to not lose it down this path. That's absolutely true. We've all been part of a problem. We've generated an impact and harm to our oceans, to our planet. And as you said, we can all be part of the solution from science, from citizens, from decision makers. We need to work towards towards a better future for all. I think that's possible, so I'd like to thank all of you, Jaime, Elizabeth, Sonia, and Fundación Medi and its whole team for this first conference panel. We still have an extensive day today and tomorrow, so thank you very much for being with us. And I give the floor back to Paulina, who will continue with today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daniela, for your moderation. And thank you for everybody that's joined us through FCS.tv and our social media, Twitter, Instagram. We're very happy to have such a high level of experts that will continue enriching the debate around climate change, and we hope that it continues as such. According to the agenda, we'll have a 10-minute break, which will be a period where we will show some videos, and then we'll start with panel number 2, Land Ecosystems, Threats and Solutions. We'll be back. Thank you very much.
La salud de las ballenas, el reflejo del océano. Las ballenas azules no son fáciles de encontrar. Se mueven de un extremo a otro de los hemisferios siguiendo aparentemente las rutas de las corrientes oceánicas. En su viaje visitan 2 tipos de destinos: zonas de aguas cálidas y seguras para el nacimiento de sus crías, o zonas de aguas frías pero ricas en alimentos como las aguas de Chile. Aquí existe un lugar llamado Golfo Corcovado, considerado como una de las zonas más importantes para la alimentación y crianza de ballenas azules en el hemisferio sur. Debido a sus extensas rutas de migración, conservar a las ballenas significa también conservar el océano y su inmensa biodiversidad. Por esta razón, se les conoce como una especie paragua, una especie que alberga el cuidado de muchísimas especies del océano. En Fundación Medi, nos esforzamos cada día en conocer y develar los misterios de estos guardianes del océano. Las estudiamos con tecnología de última generación, evitando hacerles daño al realizar nuestro trabajo. Parte importante de nuestra investigación la realizamos con Archie, el dron que nos ayuda a estudiar a las ballenas. Gracias a Archie, hemos aprendido algunas de las amenazas que afectan a estos animales, como las embarcaciones que podrían colisionar con ellas mientras se alimentan. Archie también nos facilita saber si un ejemplar se encuentra bajo de peso. Cuando esto sucede, Archie acude a tomar muestras de ADN o de las bacterias que pueden estar debilitándolas, capturando muestras de sus resoplidos. Si al finalizar la temporada del verano algunas ballenas se ven delgadas, quiere decir que algo no anda bien, ya que para estas fechas debieran haber engordado lo suficiente para emprender un largo viaje hacia aguas tropicales. ¿Crees que la salud de los océanos afecta nuestra salud también? Ahora que ya sabes quién es ella y de su importancia, te enseñaremos cómo cuidarla con cosas muy simples. Para deshacerte del aceite usado y colillas de cigarro, ponlos en un recipiente cerrado y deposítalos en contenedores de basura. ¿Crees que son necesarios los utensilios y las bolsas plásticas? Piénsalo 2 veces. Solo los utilizarás unos minutos y al desecharlos durarán cientos de años en el medio ambiente. Reutiliza las botellas. Así desincentiva su consumo y producción. Si tienes otras ideas para cuidar y proteger a la ballena azul, escríbenos. Esta es la parte en que tú ya eres parte. ¿Sabes de qué se alimenta la gran ballena azul? Habitamos un gran planeta llamado Tierra, pero en realidad de Tierra tiene bastante poco, tan solo un 30%. El resto de nuestro mundo está compuesto de agua, de la cual solo un 3% es dulce. Al sur de nuestro país, en la Patagonia, se resguarda parte de ese pequeño porcentaje, congelado en algunos de los pocos glaciares que van quedando en el planeta. Estos gigantes proveen constantemente de agua pura a ríos, humedales y mares australes. En primavera comienza a haber más radiación solar, por lo que aumentan los deshielos y el agua dulce llena de alimentos para quienes viven acá. Delfines, cormoranes, albatros, chungungos, pingüinos y la marsopa espinosa. Desde otros lados del mundo llegarán a alimentarse especies viajeras, incluyendo al mamífero más grande que conoce nuestra historia, la ballena azul. Para esta especie, las aguas australes cumplen una función de suma importancia. Sin su alimento no podrían desarrollar una gran capa de grasa y las reservas de energías necesarias para continuar su viaje hacia las regiones tropicales y subtropicales. La gran ballena azul pesa cerca de 35 elefantes juntos. Su longitud equivale a 3 autobuses y su corazón, parecido al tamaño de un auto pequeño de 2 puertas, late 6 veces por minuto. Un animal tan grande y único necesita de una dieta especial, rica en proteínas y que satisfaga hasta las 5 toneladas que debe comer a diario para continuar su viaje. La ballena azul se alimenta de uno de los crustáceos más pequeños que habitan en el mar, el krill. La ballena azul es conocida como una especie paragua, ya que por el largo recorrido que hace de norte a sur, al protegerla y cuidarla, resguardamos también un hábitat marino de gran extensión, donde viven muchos otros seres vivos. Por su importancia para la vida en el planeta y porque es única en el mundo, en Fundación Mary nos comprometimos a estudiar, proteger y difundir el cuidado de la ballena azul. Ahora que ya sabes quién es ella y de su importancia, te enseñaremos cómo cuidarla con cosas muy simples. Para deshacerte del aceite usado y colillas de cigarro, ponlos en un recipiente cerrado y deposítalos en contenedores de basura. ¿Crees que son necesarios los utensilios y las bolsas plásticas? Piénsalo 2 veces. Solo los utilizarás unos minutos y al desecharlos durarán cientos de años en el medio ambiente. Reutiliza las botellas, así desincentiva su consumo y producción. Si tienes otras ideas para cuidar y proteger a la ballena azul, escríbenos. Esta es la parte en que tú ya eres parte.
Me gusta que se realce todo el amor por la naturaleza, que los chicos vuelvan a conocer todo lo que hay acá y conozcan lo que tienen, que se ha ido perdiendo en estas localidades, aunque no lo creas.
Y ahora les vamos a ir pasando ciertos elementos.
La temática ambiental ya vemos que no es una moda ni es una forma de pasar conceptos, sino que tiene que ser algo que se viva, que se piense, que se sienta y que se hagan acciones concretas en función del medio ambiente.
Hay algunos que nos han visto en microscopio, no sabes qué es un portaobjeto, un cubreobjeto. Yo por lo menos no sabía nada de eso, cómo es la investigación, cómo se empieza, y todo eso para mí me gustó harto y aprendí harto.
Es una actividad muy bien organizada, muy seria y que contribuye muchísimo al aprendizaje integral de los estudiantes, porque ya que no no es todo saber leer y escribir bien, sino que es también un tema de integralidad, de saber de todo un poco. Y qué mejor que saber de dónde nosotros estamos insertos, digamos, para poder cuidarlo, para poder conservarlo.
¿Quiénes son ustedes? ¿Qué hacen aquí?
Saber nadar y bucear, porque uno nunca sabe cuándo puede cambiar la corriente. Y aprovechaban lo que había en el bosque y lo que había en el mar.
Hay esta creencia que los océanos son un mundo del silencio. Esto viene por dos causas. La primera es que durante toda nuestra historia, evidentemente, hemos contemplado el mar como un sitio sin sonidos, porque nuestro oído no está preparado para oír de forma correcta bajo el agua. Está hecho para oír fuera del agua, en aire, y cuando nos sumergimos, pues el hecho de que nuestro oído se llene de agua hace que la propagación de la vibración al origen del sonido pues no se haga de forma correcta y que por lo tanto nos llegue únicamente unos matices realmente muy limitados del sonido. Por lo tanto, desde siempre, desde que existe el hombre en la Tierra, hemos ignorado la dimensión acústica de los océanos. Y también la segunda razón, un poco más reciente, es esta película de los años 50 que Cousteau grabó y que se llamaba El mundo del silencio, porque justamente estaba dándose cuenta que el ser humano no podía escuchar y por tanto que el mar era un mar de silencios. Y en realidad está realmente erróneo este concepto de la dimensión acústica de los océanos, ya que los océanos nunca han estado en silencio.
Desde hace millones de años, las ballenas han habitado desde la Antártica hasta el Ártico y durante su vida capturan 33 toneladas de CO2, 1500 veces más que un árbol. Este es absorbido en sus cuerpos por lo que no vuelve a salir a la atmósfera, ayudando así a reducir uno de los principales gases causante del calentamiento global. Las ballenas aportan nutrientes a su paso por todos los océanos. Estos nutrientes son fuente de vida microscópica, como el plancton, que ayuda a los océanos a fabricar el 50% del oxígeno que consume el planeta. Además, este sirve de alimento a otros organismos, siendo una cadena sin fin que favorece a todo el ecosistema marino y al ser humano que se beneficia de este servicio traducido en la pesquería. Cuantas más ballenas, más peces. Sin embargo, las ballenas están bajo amenaza. Entre el 2007 y 2019 van más de 1.200 víctimas. Por eso nace The Blue Boat Initiative, que instalará y conectará la primera red sudamericana de boyas acústicas de alerta temprana para la protección de ballenas. Una red de boyas inteligentes con un complejo sistema de hidrófonos, sensores oceanográficos y transmisores que comenzará a operar en el sur de Chile. Esta es una de las principales áreas de alimentación y crianza de ballenas del hemisferio sur, gracias a la gran productividad y refugio que generan la combinación única de fiordos y las corrientes subantárticas y oceánicas. The Blue Boat Initiative comenzará en el mar interior de Chiloé, el Golfo de Ancud y el Golfo de Corcovado para luego cubrir toda la ruta migratoria de las ballenas. La información satelital que ellas envían permitirá advertir en tiempo real a las embarcaciones sobre la presencia de ballenas para que éstas tomen medidas que eviten golpear a estos valiosos cetáceos. Estas boyas permitirán también conocer datos vitales en cuanto al calentamiento global de los océanos, debido a los sensores oceanográficos que monitorearán el estado de salud de los océanos. El océano es parte esencial del ciclo de la vida y nosotros podemos ayudar a que ésta siga adelante, multiplicándose y beneficiando al mundo entero. Sé parte de esta inédita iniciativa chilena. Ayúdanos a cambiar la historia del océano y el mundo.
Hello, everyone. We're going to get back to NovoPangea, Latin America, United for Climate Change. We are going to begin our second panel of the day, Land Ecosystems, Threats and Solutions. Keep in mind to follow our conversation using the hashtag NovoPangea Maria Jose Segers is going to be moderating. She is a partner at Lawyers RCZ, and she deals with the energy and natural resources. Thank you very much, Paulina, and Lady, for this invitation. And in this second panel, we're going to talk about terrestrial or land ecosystems, desertification and degradation of soils, and it is the result of many different factors, amongst which are human activities, climate variations, change in land use, and climate change. These factors are reducing the production of the earth and will diminish the health of ecosystems, including loss of biodiversity. And in this panel, we want to look at specific experiences in the region to be able to avoid, reduce, and reverse threats, and talk about solutions which land ecosystems currently have, which contribute towards mitigation and adaptation to climate change from a local and or regional point of view. Today we have 4 panelists who are going to tell us about their different experiences from various countries in the region. We are going to begin by welcoming Rodrigo Cienfuegos. He is a hydrological civil engineer from the Pontifical University of Chile. He's a master's and doctorate in earth sciences from the University of Grenoble. He is an associate professor of hydraulic engineering and environmental engineering at the School of Engineering at the Catholic University of Chile. And he has been researching at CIGIDEN and for the Excellence Center FONDAP at the National Agency of Research and Development, ANID. Rodrigo, thank you for joining us today. Can you hear me now? Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you very much for the introduction, Maria Jose, and for the invitation to join the panel. Just wanted to make sure that you're all seeing my slides properly. We do see your entire stack. Here we are. I am currently here to be able to share some of the aspects of the work that we have been performing at Fonda Psychidem. It's one of the priority areas that the state of Chile has through sciences, or the Science Ministry and ANID. And today we are going to be talking about threats related to natural events, extreme natural events, which can cause problems and can produce disasters, which have impacts on us. And that is very closely related to soil degradation and climate change, as well as some related elements, which I wanted to share with you as far as what we have seen here in Chile. First, related to data, we have the number of disasters measured by their impact, number of people who have passed away, people who are affected, emergency warning or emergency status. And Chile has more than 100 years worth of data where geophysical and seismic effects are recurrent and rather stable in regards to their frequency. And as of the year 1990-ish, 1995, we have greater frequency of flooding, fires, temperature, which of course we know is related to climate change. We are much more exposed to that type of phenomenon here in Chile as well in other countries. Sorry, Rodrigo, we don't see the slide where you're showing your stats. What about now? Can you see it? Maybe it got stuck. Or is the presentation working all right? No, we can only see your first page, your cover page. Oh man.
Okay, can you see the presentation? Yes, we see it there. Okay, let's continue thus. Okay, I'll leave it like that. We have some information in the number of events in this statistic, which has been with this level of spread, but in the level of losses in Chile, earthquakes continue to be, and one of the highest impacts on the country. The country has spent a lot of resources to prepare for earthquakes. And if we talk about events, we see climate events, which are more and more frequent from the point of view of what we do and what we've fostered through the research at our center is to change paradigms. We try to work towards a change of a paradigm in the sense of being able to understand the threat, of course, but also in the quantification of exposition and vulnerabilities, understanding the risks, the threats, the vulnerabilities, and historically we focused a lot on the threats as a priority. And when we see the other dimension, we connect with the climate change management, adaptation, and sustainability. That's part of the message that we had, which is to create this connection to reduce disasters and also adapt. And we've also worked in some specific sites, rolling out new methodologies and the exchange of knowledge, which is very important under the context of fostering change not only at the administrative level, but also legislative and cultural levels. So this reinforces our pilot programs of working multidisciplinarily against climate change threats, the modeling of critical infrastructure, such as how disruptions are spread, how they affect the economy, people, assess that, anticipate that, then solutions go hand in hand with modifications in urban and territorial planning, social practices, administration, and participation. So we work with a research team that's multidisciplinary from various universities in Chile that are building these types of models and focuses. So we focused on some specific systems on the coast. Specifically, there's work to be done in visualizing the problems that we're facing at the coast. We have wonderful sites that we need to preserve, and also we have illegal land occupations in the area, which have generated problems, of course, but also we have legalities that can create even worse problems in legal occupations. So we need the institutionality to better plan the use of these public areas that hold social environmental value. Now, the connection of rivers towards the basins hold an important paradox for us. We have less water on average, and we're going to have less water according to prediction, which is a serious problem in terms of subsistence and access to water. But that water will fall in a more concentrated fashion in more intense events, which create new challenges on how that ground, which is going to be drier, those more arid areas will be affected by this, and also we'll see flooding events such as Atacama 2015, where the river lines were made invisible. So we have had deaths related to that. These are aspects that we could study more frequently. So what's happening and why do we need a more comprehensive analysis of what happens in relation to the basins? We need a better adaptation and studies related to these aspects. We have a trend of a drop in precipitation, a trend in increase in temperature. This means that we have a lesser amount of ice caps and snow. So we have higher intense rains, precipitation. So this requires a more expansive outlook according to this context. Rodrigo, I'm sorry, we're not seeing the next slides. I don't know if you can. Oh, I'm sorry, but you're hearing well enough, right? We hear perfectly. Thank you. If you can, go to the next slide. Okay, let me see if I can do something. I'll connect to see if I could show the last few slides. I don't know if there's a problem with the connection with the cable. Hold on. There, there, yeah. So just to wrap up, the projects that we've had in the last few years include important methodological development in the Maipo Basin to have a more comprehensive analysis. And this is where we're identifying the various threats that can happen in this territory, in this area, this natural area, which is highly, highly intervened. It's one of the most urbanized areas, one of the highest populated areas in Chile, and we need to identify all the threats. Tsunamis only on the coast, earthquakes here, flooding, wildfires, landslides, rock falls. This is according to levels of susceptibility. And later on, we need to be able to integrate those methodologies to have a multi-threat analysis and to be able to have something like this, something that indicates with various colors where we have the probability of a threat, two or more threats in an area. So we can map out, according to colors, a guideline for decision making in urban planning and other aspects. These aren't static maps, which is one of the greatest challenges. They're modified according to how we urbanize, build. They're modified according to climate change and as that advances, and it has different consequences. This is one of the greatest challenges we face because we're not used to having long-term planning, and this is something we need to change. That's just to wrap up, Maria Jose. Unfortunately, not all the slides were seen, but I'm sure with the other presentations and the later conversations, we could go into greater depth. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rodrigo. We'll continue with the Q&A, getting into greater depth. So now then, I'd like to welcome Luis Gerardo. He's a mechatronic engineer and environmentalist, petrified building analysis, and co-founder of an entrepreneurship in Siemens Energy. He's an assistant director of Siemens in UNESCO Center for Peace. He's one of the co-founders of Sustainable Development Mexico. He's part of the Key Demos program, and he's part of the youth delegation. Luis Gerardo, welcome this morning to the second panel. I can't hear you, Luis Gerardo. Luis, are you there? Let's just wait a few minutes for Luis to see if he connects. Okay, let's go to the next person. We'll continue with Javier Ruiz. Welcome, Javier, to the second panel. Javier is an environmental lawyer. He has studies in a master's degree in law from the Metropolitan University of Mexico, postgraduate studies in environmental dimensions of ODS and comprehensive climate management from the University of the He's a member of the legal team of Latin America for the Earth Law Center, holding a position in environmental policies and climate change, and he was representative of the civil society organizations of the Mexican delegation of COP1 in the Iguazu Accords. Javier, thank you very much, Maria Jose, for the presentation. Thank you very much for having me and inviting all these distinguished panel members. I'm going to talk about our experience through the center. We're working towards implementation of laws that recognize nature and nature's rights. One of the countries where we've had more work because the work is underway is Ecuador. And so what's happening with respect to that in nature rights is the incipient eco land protection and the role of science in law. So currently the courts in Ecuador in climate change and in the protection of land systems are making use of the scientific base to foster this efficiency. This means that there's a tight link between scientific knowledge and law. For this case in Ecuador, we have a very important ruling related to this. So there's a Cudi intervention. In this case, the ecosystem dedicated to that. You see the protected forests in Los Cervos. It has a high index of biodiversity, especially an amount of important endemic species, fauna and flora. So then, to carry out this work, we need to see, we need to analyze what happens in Ecuador. So the judges now are not just taking inputs of the technical judicial inputs and experts that are experts in law, but also the scientific experts and knowledge, the scientific basis on climate change. So to have a ruling in favor of protecting the forest, what the courts did in this case was a complete analysis of the biodiversity index of this forest and what were the benefits in protecting the forest in creating an ecosystemic resilience when facing climate change. And why do I mention it like this? In relation to what was commented on by Rodrigo in his talk, the courts now are in knowledge that climate change doesn't just affect people, their rights and health, but they also affect ecosystems, and this anthropogenic climate change is impeding evolution and resilience of these ecosystems. So then the Constitutional Court in Ecuador, to be able to rule adequately and to protect los cebros, is that they carry out analyses between law and scientific knowledge through a precautionary instrument. It studied the area, the risks involved when there's no true knowledge of the risks of human activities on these ecosystems. And with this, we're protecting the forest and not just this important forest. There's other forests in Ecuador which are being affected by climate change according to other activities such as mining. So this sentence and ruling is very important because it doesn't just recognize the rights that forests have previously in other rulings in Ecuador in previous years. And there was a very general ruling on the application of the protection of ecosystems and nature. But starting from last year onwards, we started seeing sentences, rulings that were very specific on the rights of nature and what would be the rights of a forest, a river, what are the rights that a wetland has. All of this supported with scientific basis. Therefore, it's well known that the role that forests play when facing climate change is the protection it gives and in being carbon sinks. Furthermore, that there's no undue use of this forest area because we would be losing these solutions based on the conservation of nature or nature-based solutions, and that it would be creating a larger problem with the increase of the temperature of the planet. That's why this is important, especially mentioning the relationship between science, rights of nature, and climate change. This week, the evaluations of the intergovernmental panels and other scientific observatories have stated that we are in a 1.2 level of increase. We're close to the permissible level that we had been warned about by scientists through the IPCC. So this means that we're already facing the scenario of possible irreversible changes in the ecosystem. So that's why it's important for us, from the organizational point of view and environmental defense, to heavy recognition of ecosystem rights, because this would allow a diverse spectrum of protections, not just linked to the recognition of rights of the environment, but also the Inter-American Human Rights Court has recognized that there is an ecological recognition of protection of this right in recognizing intrinsic values in nature. And through this position, we recognize that the intrinsic value of nature isn't just an environmental ecosystemic benefit for people, but it also holds importance in biodiversity and ecosystems for everybody sharing the planet, and with respect to scientific knowledge to foster these decisions. The Court's Inter-American Human Rights Court with Argentina determined that the technical medical reports with the expert knowledge covered in this case were very important to see what the effects are and the severity of land use. So this is important information, especially to support environmental rules. So around 26% of greenhouse gas emissions are being caused by the change in forestry land use, changing it to agriculture. And if we add that there are degradation factors, such as from anthropocentric use, such as mining, and the use of mono harvest or monocultures in foods, this affects biodiversity. And this is something that we have now. The application of the scientific knowledge to base rulings, especially related to having access to environmental justice, climate justice, and ecological matters related to the ecosystem. We need to recognize this, and ecosystems have to have a climate free from risks to protect the way of life that we have. That's what I wanted to share according to the experiences that we have. And say that the increase in litigation in this aspect is increasing. We're not facing a scenario in climate change and not just human rights. We need to protect native forests. We need to foster the protection of the environment. This can be seen in examples in Argentina and Ecuador. There is a case that went to the Supreme Court in Argentina that helped study and understand the risks of agua forest and the possible loss of biodiversity due to climate change and human activities. Thank you very much, Javier. It's very interesting. There's so many questions I have on this topic, but we'll continue talking about that in the Q&A.
Next, let's go back to Luis Gerardo. As I mentioned earlier, he's a mechatronic engineer and he is a climate and environment lead. He is a venture building analyst and co-founder of an intra-entrepreneurship at Siemens Energy, and he participates as vice director of STEAM and coordinator of robotics at UNESCO Center for Peace. And he's one of the co-founders of the Hub for Sustainable Finances in Mexico. He is member of Kibernus and has participated as a member of the youth delegation at MIDI. I switched my network here, and as you know, when we present, there can be some trouble here, but it's a pleasure to be with you all. I want to tell you a bit about the story of desertification in Mexico and what it looks like currently. I would like to begin by giving you two significant numbers. 26 on the left is 26% of our country has the ability to be desertified. So a quarter of our entire territory is at risk. And we have 54% of arid zones where people live. So out of our entire population, more than half of them are living in an area that is at risk of desertification. Are you all having issues with visuals? No, it looks like it's good now. So here we have a map as far as desertification potential in Mexico, and I added some cacti here so that everyone, whether you speak Spanish or not, you can understand. So the more cacti you see, the greater potential there is for desertification. And center and north area have greatest risk, but as you can see, there is no area that is risk-free as far as desertification is concerned. And here you can see the causes of this land degradation. As I'm presenting it in Mexico, this also applies to all of Latin America and all areas of the world that have this type of biosphere. So we have agricultural overgrazing that Deforestation, urbanization, it is a reality. We are losing lots of highly biodiverse areas to urbanization. This happens a lot in the peninsula of Yucatan, but it happens in lots of other areas of the country. We also have industrial activity, etc. Now we can see the processes that are causing this degradation. There are water processes, which means that there is a lack of water or drought in many areas, or there can also be floods, which avoids or which prevents plants from growing, plants that used to grow there previously. There's aeolic degradation, which is the wind that is drying out the area, and then there's chemical and physical degradation. Chemical is human induced, basically with chemicals that we add to the soil to be able to produce more, but that is also causing a very significant problem in the country's soils. Now, here is a specific example that I wanted to talk to you about. This is Crescencio Morales in Michoacan, Mexico. I'm going to tell you a story. On the left, we can see what it looked like about 20 years ago. And then we have this deforestation of 260 hectares. Now, this is an example of what's been happening in Mexico, and it's been happening all over Latin America. It happens in the Amazon and Central America. And here is the monarch butterfly, where you can have an example of who it affects. We think that our agriculture only affects us humans, but really it affects all species. The monarch butterfly is no longer migrating to Michoacan, which was an incredibly famous area because this is where they would go to rest during the reproductive period. But that no longer happens. So now we see that there's a catastrophe both for humanity, but also in the entire atmosphere and biosphere around us. Here we can see grassland burning. It is a very common practice in Mexico. I'm not sure where else it happens in Latin America. I do know it happens in Brazil, but once the cultivation is done, then the grasslands or the fields get burned rather than just removing the plant and then replanting with something else to have this farming cycle. You use the same, rather than doing that, you use the same crops, but before you plant your new crop, you burn the field. So that means that the soil is no longer as fertile because many of the nutrients are burned that are nitrogen, potassium, many different elements that plants need are destroyed by the fire. It is due to a lack of will or lack of knowledge that we are damaging the soil. And imagine all the animals that are living in that area when it is set on fire. We have a lot of wildlife loss. There are certain types of mice and insects and snakes that are killed or harmed. And you can see these fires in this photo. You can imagine the level of damage that would happen when these fires are propagated. Here, I'm showing you what can be done. So we've talked a lot about what problems are, but I wanted to tell you this story that you've probably heard before. It's a Brazilian couple. They're very inspiring. They were able to plant a forest from scratch. I think it was 20 million trees. On the left, you can see the before, and on the right, you can see the after. So this is what these two people were able to do. And I want this to be a call to action for you, where if two people were able to make this amazing positive change in a region, imagine what we could all do if we are working civilly but also politically. This all needs to be protected. We cannot protect ourselves if in Mexico activists are murdered and activists are abused. So all of this needs to be done under a strong plan so that we can really bring about a positive change. You can see in the next slide, there are actions that are already being proposed theoretically, but for them to actually hit the ground running, we need to do a lot of actions. This is red, reduce deforestation and forestry degradation emissions. And these are very positive points. They are reforestation activities at the top. You can see agroforestry. I really like that. So that means how can you farm without having to clear cut, without having to deforest? So I wanted to share this with you in my little bit of time. I wanted to share with you the specific problems that we have in Mexico and some of the solutions. And in our Q&A session, I would imagine that we can go into greater depths, but thank you so much for the time. Thank you very much, Luis Gerardo. That's very interesting. We will definitely continue to talk about this and Mexico's experience. Next, our last panelist is Rodrigo Andrade. Rodrigo is Executive Secretary of the Forestry Organization, CONAF, and he was in charge of Flaxo Chile, and he was co-founder and of the Latin American Platform of Sustainable Development. Welcome, Rodrigo. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm going to share my presentation with you. Please let me know if you're able to see it or not. Yes, we can. Perfect. We are going to move on to the presentation. Terrestrial ecosystems, threats, and solutions. 23.7% of our national territory is forest. That's 17.7 million hectares. 14.6 million of them are forest, native forests. 3.1 million hectares are forestry lands with the planted forests. That's 2.4 million hectares. We are a very diverse country, as you know, north to south. It's about 7,000 kilometers long. And that means that our resources can be identified. We have more than 5,000 species of plants. 4,655 of them are native, and 2,145 are endemic species. That's about 46%. And Chile is one of the especially vulnerable countries concerning climate change. We have 4 of the main vulnerabilities, and we have arid and semi-arid areas. We have forested areas and areas exposed to forestry deterioration. We have areas that are very vulnerable to natural disasters. We have all types. And of course, we have mountainous areas, which are in a significant percentage of the length of our country. And we also have areas that are exposed to drought and desertification. And since we have such varied ecosystems, there are different types of threats to our vegetational resources. We have our macrozones here, north macrozones, desertification, soil degradation, and drought. That's very significant. I'm not going to read all of these. I will share the presentation with you later. And we also have the central area of the country, which you can see is the green area on the map. And the main threat are the effects of climate change and soil degradation and drought. This is also where we have the greatest concentration of our national population. That is where most of our people live, because there used to be, I say this in the past, there used to be a rather attractive Mediterranean climate where the population has concentrated for more than a century. And in the south, the main threat are forest fires, because that's where most of the forests are in our country. So as you can see, from a public policy perspective, we need to take into consideration a significant breadth of scientific and technical studies and variability in the various types of participations that we have to be able to develop public policy. And these are our self-imposed challenges. We adopted NDCs in 2020, and last year we have approved the law of, or the bill of the framework of climate change, and it has sectorial plans and climate strategies for long term. This includes public and private resources. And we are doing everything that we can to meet our NDCs, and looking forward to 2050, we are heading towards carbon neutrality, where Chile will target a timeline which will allow it to reach carbon neutrality in 2050. And Chile are the only area which would allow for balances in these emissions and capture would be the forestry area. And as far as our sectorial challenges, we have our nationally determined contributions. We have native forest as a challenge. Our native forest, we want 200,000 hectares have sustainable management and recover these native forests, which would represent a capture of around 0.9 to 1.2 million tons of CO2 annually by 2030. Then we want to focus on reforestation and recovery. Out of the 200,000 hectares, we have 100,000 which are permanent forestry coverage, and that represents carbon sequestration of 3 to 3.4 metric tons. And then the reduction of emissions, there's a reduction in emissions in the forestry sector due to degradation and deforestation of the native forest. We want to reduce that by 25% by 2030. And restoration of landscapes, that is a more significant challenge. We want to recover 1 million hectares by 2030. And there are sectorial public policies which are looking to find solutions to these problems, of course. So we have vision at landscape scale and sustainability principles, mitigation, and adaptation to climate change. We want to increase the health of forestry areas, and we want to be planting new forests, of course. And when we look at mitigation and adaptation, we want to recover ecological rules and restoration of forestry landscapes. So that from that point of view, and in order to have long-term financing, we also want to try to meet our carbon neutral objective where forestry would be a mitigation measure. As I was saying, in Chile, the only sector which generates a negative balance is farming and forestry. 62% of emissions of greenhouse gases are generated by all other sectors of the countries, and forests neutralize 80% of emissions of the energy sector emissions. We are looking for sustainable and inclusive development. We want to improve the livelihood and quality of life of small and medium-sized owners or landowners. We want to be part of their development, and we also want to cooperate and collaborate with First Nations communities as well as society as a whole. And it is challenging. It's not easy to work with sectors which, especially in Latin America, it's not as easy to work with vulnerable societies. As far as these sectoral instruments to be able to address these challenges, we are in our third phase. We have our plan called Más Bosques, or More Forests. It's in its second year of implementation, and we are looking to qualify the legal adherence to certain laws. We want to have 10,000 hectares annually, and we also have the law of recovery of burned forest and reforestation or afforestation. We want to have 25,000 hectares per year. And in point 3, we want to have a recovery of 24,130 hectares and leveraging resources via projects. Then we are updating our adaptation plan, which has a governance and coordination with the planning of adaptation and strengthening investment in vulnerability and adaptation to climate, alignment of policy, and general strategy of our national development, which is, of course, very complex. There's a financing strategy for adaptation and a monitoring evaluation system and for learning. And we also have a pilot plan happening in Aysén in the far south. Then we have a national plan for landscape restoration between 2021 and 2030. It's called GBF7. There's the incorporation of 1 million hectares to the landscape by 2030. Lastly, we have a public-private financing strategy. It is really quite active, and it has had good results. And we have proposed including this green tax and taxing fuel, and it was added through the compensation measures when we had our tax reform short, not too long ago. We have 2 billion, a budget of 2 billion for addressing the center of the country towards the south, for those who are not familiar with our regions here in the country. And then we have a reactivation project for medium and small foresters to be able to encourage their finance activity and have employment after the pandemic in forestry. So that would be 2,225 small, medium owners and fiscal owners, 25,000 hectares for private forests and fiscal forests, and 20,000 by 2021. And then we have 10 billion worth that would be benefit from the state. And we also want to be generating jobs. And all these are activities for forestry and recovery and forestry management. We do have a long-term roadmap, fortunately, and even with our government change, it has maintained the administration change that has remained the same between 2021 and this year. We have reactivation programs, and by 2026, we have this type of project, which is the Más Bosques, more forest. We would be adding 25,000 hectares, and we want to have a law of forest recovery and forestry areas, and all of these would be public policy related. And we also want to modify Law 20,283 related to native forests. We need to refine it so it is closer to national reality. And third, we have our national plan for restoration at a landscape level. And the fourth point is necessary to complement these instruments by the state, which would be Project RADD Plus and the Green Tax, amongst others. And all of these have been operating in our country, but we need to see how to improve them. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. That was very interesting, and we'll continue talking about this matter. But now we'll go back to Rodrigo Cienfuegos, who will present on the various threats and disasters that appear in our country and the rest of the world. And I wanted to ask you, with respect to that, what do you feel are the main barriers or difficulties in implementing solutions when facing the various threats that are arising? Well, then, one of the things, and the diagnosis is very well established, has to do with the dispersion, the emotionality, and with the difficulties that we've had in recognizing what was mentioned also in other presentations, this point of view of nature territory. Nature has a dynamic, it has a way of adapting that we have not recognized in our way of developing. So there's things and institutionality that has been generated, of course, has responded to other priorities. In the case of Chile, water, one of the most important priorities is access to water, use of water, amount of water, and thus our institutionality has more than 40 stakeholders that affect decision making related to water. So, of course, this causes difficulties, and within that, there's very little participation and outlook towards seeing a basin in that matter. So, this is something that we need to, of course, change. We need to create awareness, discussions, and better institutionality. And I wanted to talk about disasters because this is still something that's seen as separate of what we're talking about here. And the fact is, we need to comment on this. We need to see it in the same matter with the same problems we need to tackle so we don't multiply the various stakeholders and efforts that we need to try to connect with these macro principles or objectives, which are being held. And in the case of Chile, we already have many examples related to climate that are cross-cutting cross-cutting related to these objectives. This has been discussed in Parliament, in the Senate, and in the constitutional debate that we currently have in our country. That's right. Thank you, Rodrigo. And now we connect with the greatest presentation. One of the assumptions is having another relation to nature, and perhaps that recognizing the rights of nature that come in written. And with that, I'd like to link my question here in Chile in the constitutional debate, the figure of nature's rights. So I wanted to talk about the experience of other countries and have these rights. What has worked and what has not worked? What lessons learned can we have with respect to the implementation of nature's rights? Can you help us with that? Right, Maria. Well then, I believe that we need to clarify something. Having a country like Ecuador recognize nature and its constitution is Ecuador. There's other countries like Mexico where they're recognized in the city of Mexico, state of Guerrero, among others, but this is more on a state or provincial level. So we have other municipal ordinances in Peru that have recognized the rights of citizens. We also have seen recognition in other cases. So what we see here is the recognition of the rights of ecosystems in judicial decision making, as happened in Colombia. We saw the case of the Colombian Amazon, which went to court and there was a ruling which recognized the rights of the Colombian Amazons and other various experiences that have been seen through various rulings and ordinances. We also see the case of Ecuador, and it has certain impediments, certain harmonization that's required for regulations which are intra-legal to the Constitution or that need to be adapted to the Constitution. I feel that we need to follow these examples and study them closely. And what's happening is that we found in practice that many regulations were about and created before the Constitution where they recognized the rights of nature and they weren't in harmony with these rights. So this can cause litigation so that we can have this and the Congress of Ecuador needed to work in the adaptation of these regulations for the new constitutional guarantees. And why? That's because we see the recognition of environmental law that states that there are four levels of environmental law. The first stages belong to those regulations that have a certain tutelage of the right of property over natural resources or regulations that establish the use of these natural resources in benefit of extractive or productive activities. This is part of the fragmented stage. And the third stage, which have to do with environmental recognition, is environmental recognition of rights in the Constitution, and the fourth is the equalization of law. Nature's rights correspond to a principle of tolerance, and this has to do with the basic rights conceded to nature, the right to exist, to maintain life cycles. This means that natural systems can only work in areas and systems where their base characteristics have been respected or where there are no alterations. This is what's understood as an optimal level of functioning. So for this case, all of these regulations, for example, that don't have this ecological point of view or this type of principle had to be adapted and modified starting from 2011, because back in 2011, that's for in Ecuador, we had the first ruling of nature's rights, and 3 years before the recognition of nature in the Constitution, that meant that during 3 years there was access in the courts for these types of rulings. There are many cases that have gone to the courts, which are emblematic cases, which are very interesting. For example, Ecuador had an environmental code which was regressive in environmental matters compared to the level of protection achieved through nature's rights. So here we don't just see an important role in the explicit recognition of these rights, we also see the use of these optimization mandates, which are the principles of law. These are mainly found in the international agreements, for example, the precautionary principles as two instances, and also the Declaration of Rio 2015, climate change conferences, Principle 1, Principle 3, and other frameworks. So we see these principles which are there to guide the actions of judges and the administrative authorities. For the concrete cases of Chile, and if you allow me to talk a little bit about the experience that we've had, the Constitutional Convention in Chile, we saw collaboration of certain NGOs. We presented the initiative of popular regulations with 50,000 signatures.
And this is in the explicit rights of nature and certain environmental right laws, so that the basic budgets or environmental budgets would be included in the draft of the new constitution here in Chile. For instance, something that we have been looking at and been following is the constitutional process. There was a process that began before they knew what the constitutional points would be on the draft, and this is something that the constitutional members were already doing. And they added 3 articles related to the rights of nature. There were other dispositions related to rivers, related to defense of the peoples and of nature, and of the minerals and of mangroves. And there is a certain recognition of nature starting with the draft of the Constitution, and it's pretty similar to how things were done in Ecuador, but in Ecuador, in the jurisprudential process and in standards that they began to working on the specific characteristic of an ecosystem or of an element of nature which has its own rights. Thank you very much, Javier. That's very interesting. Of course, here in Chile, we have much to do as far as the constitution and law is concerned. And I would like to ask about these constitutional legal points, but what other solutions do you think we should implement to be able to avoid these desertification problems that we can see in the entire region, which you have described very clearly in relation to Mexico? Well, thank you for the question. I think that we need to avoid centralizing actions because if we look at one government to do everything and the government isn't working well, that's not ideal. We can, of course, work from the private sector, the public-private sector, people who work in the countryside and give them the appropriate tools. So I believe that the most essential tools are innovation and education. If people are taught about how to improve their land use, they will do it. And all that education, there is no capital incurred. I educate and I don't need to spend on education more than what I have shared, and that is it can be passed on to the entire country. And I know that we don't have much time, but just to close up here, entrepreneurship is very important and it needs to be encouraged because there are lots of technologies, methods, techniques which are helping micro and small and medium enterprises and even large enterprises have converted because of innovation. So let's say I have my local company of organic fertilizer or plants that you can cultivate. And so all of that allows this dynamism, which is necessary. Thank you very much, Luis Gerardo. And lots of ideas have come up as far as how to progress in this regard, to be able to mitigate and adapt to the effects of climate change. So I would like to thank all of the panelists, Rodrigo Cienfuegos, Javier Ruiz, Luis Gerardo, and Rodrigo Andrade, who had to leave. And we will invite you all to join the third panel on climate change and food security, new challenges for humanity. That will begin after the break. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day. Have a good one. Thank you very much, Maria Jose, all the experts. Thank you very much, Rodrigo Cienfuegos, Luis Gerardo, Javier Ruiz, and Rodrigo Andrade, and of course, Maria Jose Segers for her moderation. The entire conversation of panel 2, you'll be able to find it at www.fundacionmedi.cl and here at fcs.tv. Now we are going to take a 10-minute break so that we can come back with panel 3 on climate change and food security close to noon.
Te presentamos Territoriar, una app que te permitirá aprender sobre nuestra biodiversidad de una manera lúdica, didáctica y completa. Chile es un laboratorio de una invaluable riqueza en biodiversidad presente en sus ecosistemas terrestres y marinos. Descarga la app, disfruta, aprende y educa a distintos cursos y edades a través de realidad aumentada y fichas con información descargable para ser usadas en la sala de clases o desde la casa. Vamos a territoriar.
Hola, soy Sonia Español Jiménez, soy bióloga marina, trabajo en Fundación Meri. Hace 8 años me vine de España a Chile para estudiar las ballenas. Cuando era pequeña veía muchos documentales en la tele de naturaleza y en especial veía una serie que se llamaba Flipper. Flipper era un delfín que podía comunicarse, podía hablar con su entrenadora. A mí eso me parecía fascinante, cómo un delfín podía hablar con un humano. Esto me hizo pensar y darme cuenta que yo quería estudiar a los delfines y a las ballenas. Así que estudié durante muchos años y finalmente llegué a Chile. De los 13 tipos de ballenas que hay, en Chile existen 9. Eso es muchísimo, es una gran oportunidad para poder estudiarlas y conocerlas. Estudiar las ballenas es súper importante, no solo porque son el animal más grande que ha existido en la Tierra, sino también porque están en todos los océanos. Así, al estudiarlas a ellas, podemos conocer si nuestras actividades diarias están afectando a donde ellas viven. En Chile podemos ver 9 tipos de ballenas diferentes, algunas de ellas en peligro de extinción. Se alimentan en las aguas frías del sur de Chile porque son ricas en alimentos. Una vez que se alimentan, se van a las aguas más calientes, como por ejemplo Ecuador, a reproducirse y tener sus crías, porque así estas nacerán más a salvo. Si queremos proteger a nuestras ballenas, tenemos que cuidar nuestros océanos. Y una de las formas más simples en las que todos podemos ayudar es preocuparnos de cómo y en qué usamos el agua de nuestras casas, porque finalmente todo el agua en algún momento va a llegar al océano. Los océanos producen el 50% del oxígeno que todos nosotros consumimos y para ello las ballenas son clave, porque con sus nutrientes ayudan a que aparezcan unas microalgas que son como unos árboles en chiquitito que por una parte generan este oxígeno y por otra absorben el CO2 de la atmósfera. Así que tanto las ballenas como los océanos nos están ayudando a día de hoy a mitigar las consecuencias del cambio climático. Si quieres conocer más sobre las ballenas y el fascinante mundo marino, te invitamos a ver ahora las cápsulas educativas de Fundación Meri y a que nos sigas en las redes sociales y en www.fundacionmeri.cl. ¡Nos vemos!
Desde hace millones de años, las ballenas han habitado desde la Antártica hasta el Ártico y durante su vida capturan 33 toneladas de CO2, 1500 veces más que un árbol. Este es absorbido en sus cuerpos por lo que no vuelve a salir a la atmósfera, ayudando así a reducir uno de los principales gases causante del calentamiento global. Las ballenas aportan nutrientes a su paso por todos los océanos. Estos nutrientes son fuente de vida microscópica, como el plancton, que ayuda a los océanos a fabricar el 50% del oxígeno que consume el planeta. Además, este sirve de alimento a otros organismos, siendo una cadena sin fin que favorece a todo el ecosistema marino y al ser humano que se beneficia de este servicio traducido en la pesquería. Cuantas más ballenas, más peces. Sin embargo, las ballenas están bajo amenaza. Entre el 2007 y 2019 van más de 1.200 víctimas. Por eso nace The Blue Boat Initiative, que instalará y conectará la primera red sudamericana de boyas acústicas de alerta temprana para la protección de ballenas. Una red de boyas inteligentes con un complejo sistema de hidrófonos, sensores oceanográficos y transmisores que comenzará a operar en el sur de Chile. Esta es una de las principales áreas de alimentación y crianza de ballenas del hemisferio sur, gracias a la gran productividad y refugio que generan la combinación única de fiordos y las corrientes subantárticas y oceánicas. The Blue Boat Initiative comenzará en el mar interior de Chiloé, el Golfo de Ancud y el Golfo de Corcovado para luego cubrir toda la ruta migratoria de las ballenas. La información satelital que ellas envían permitirá advertir en tiempo real a las embarcaciones sobre la presencia de ballenas para que éstas tomen medidas que eviten golpear a estos valiosos cetáceos. Estas boyas permitirán también conocer datos vitales en cuanto al calentamiento global de los océanos, debido a los sensores oceanográficos que monitorearán el estado de salud de los océanos. El océano es parte esencial del ciclo de la vida y nosotros podemos ayudar a que ésta siga adelante, multiplicándose y beneficiando al mundo entero. Sé parte de esta inédita iniciativa chilena. Ayúdanos a cambiar la historia del océano y el mundo.
Bueno, las principales iniciativas que hoy día nosotros estamos llevando en el contexto
So the main
chileno
initiatives that we're
son tres.
carrying out in the
Una,
Chilean
que es
context are
la red de
three.
aprendizaje para la pesca
One
artesanal, la
is
cual de
the
una u
network
otra forma
for
entrega las
artisanal
distintas
fishing,
herramientas y es un espacio
which
también de
delivers the
conversación y
various
de poder
tools. This is
intercambiar
a space for
experiencias entre los
conversation
distintos actores
and
que
for
se
the
desarrollan
exchange
en la
of
pesca
experiences
artesanal,
between the different
desde lo que son los
stakeholders.
pescadores propiamente tal,
And
pasando
this
por
is
los
based,
institutos
for example, on
científicos y aquellas
fisher
instituciones que tienen
people
que ver
using
con la
scientific knowledge.
fiscalización y
Here
con la
we see
administración de los
institutions
distintos
that have
recursos.
to do with
Por
the
tanto, es un espacio de
administration of these
confianza en
resources.
donde se
Therefore,
busca,
it's
a través de este
a
diálogo
safe
transparente,
space
poder
for
lograr
this
de una u otra
transparent
forma
dialogue.
encontrar
And
soluciones innovadoras que nos
in
permitan
this
de
way,
una
we
u
can
otra
find
forma
innovative
entender el
solutions that would
desarrollo
allow
de cada
us
uno
to
de
understand
los
the
actores que se ven
development
involucrados.
of each one of the stakeholders involved.
De ellas es este proyecto de Blue Boat Initiative, que a través de la instalación de boyas acústicas en lugares de alta congregación de cetáceos permitirá dar aviso en tiempo real a las embarcaciones para que éstas disminuyan su velocidad.
the third panel. And before we start this next conversation of NovoPangea, we'd like to talk about the new challenges for climate change, food security, and new challenges for humanity. It's going to be moderated by Nicole Reagan, coordinator of the Civil Expansion Ambassador of the Food Initiative and part of the youth delegation in Latin America. Thank you very much, Paulina, for the opportunity to be here. I'd like to thank the organizations for this wonderful event today. I have the pleasure of being able to share this space with expert panel members in this panel that we're going to carry out now. Climate change and food security, new challenges for humanity. But before we introduce our panel members, I'd like to contextualize the panel. Climate change affects food safety through the impact that it generates on the precipitation and rain patterns and the increase of temperatures, greater frequency, and extreme phenomenon. This food system, the current one, which includes production, transport, transformation, the storage, sales, consumption, losses, waste, feeds most of the world, and it sustains the life of billions of people. And this current system is at risk. This means that we see that it's urgent to analyze from a regional perspective the key role of agriculture and the food systems to adapt and mitigate towards climate change. This panel has the objective of focusing on the conditions that create, through policies, markets, institutions, and governments, the adaptation and mitigation in the whole food system. Therefore, we're going to focus on resources, climate change, and the risk it presents for global security and sustainability in food systems in general. As I said before, I have the pleasure of sharing this panel with many experts, which I will introduce. We have Francisco Mesa, who is the author of part of Chapter 5 of Working Group 2, and he's also founder of the Center for Climate Change of Universidad Católica. He also has a PhD in atmospheric sciences from Cornell and a master's in engineering sciences with a minor in hydraulic and environmental science from Universidad Católica. His various areas of specialization are the impact of climate variability and climate change on agriculture and hydro resources. We also will have the participation of Tanta, who is an officer of climate change policies and environment in the FAO regional offices, master's degree in hydrology from Universidad Tecnológica de Delft, master's in conservation and biodiversity from Universidad West Indies of Trinidad and Tobago. Currently, she's working on climate change in various countries in the preparation of some projects such as a GSEF, and she works as a focal point in some topics such as determined contribution and the national level of action for mitigation for each country, known as NAMA. We have Alejandro Lorenzano, Executive Director of Regenerative and Food for the Nature F4F, civil engineer of California University, Masters in Agroecology, currently General Manager of Regenerativa and Director of the NGO focused on regeneration of soils, lands, and our food systems. And he's also an expert in agriculture, regenerative agriculture, and also an advisor to the future. We also have Sophie Baumann, Director of the Center for Research on Food and Nutritional Problems. She has a degree in nutrition and a master's degree in public health at Buenos Aires, currently associate professor and researcher of the degree program of nutrition and director of the Center for Industrial Foods Problematics. She's focused on food nutrition, like the prevention of non-diseases and food safety of UNDP. Welcome very much for your time and for being here. So without further ado, the floor to Francisco Mesa so he can give us his presentation. Thank you, Francisco. Right. Thank you, Nicole. Now you can see my presentation. Now I'm going to start my presentation. I'd like to thank you for your kind introduction and presentation. It's very difficult to start when you have such excellent colleagues beside you. So therefore, I just wish to talk about some ideas, just as you mentioned. I had the possibility of participating in climate change intergovernmental panels, not just in the recent report, but also in one that's very pertinent to the topic, which is climate change and land use, which is a special report that came out a few years ago. So perhaps my first slide is some that seeks these pictures a more national context, a more Chilean context, and it seeks to communicate the great level of complexity in providing foods for the population in general. Even though it's true, we talk about food security and you can talk about the various objectives in this, and this can directly impact the eradication of poverty and health, and also to have more effective climate action. All of these are under the framework of food security, and I believe the most key concept here is understanding that food systems that work together and that take certain components in order to continue providing services and well-being to the population, not just related to food, but the preservation of cultural heritage and well-being through nutrition. Now that I'm thinking about this, my prejudice is my bias is towards forestry and agriculture, but we can also talk about agriculture and other systems that provide food. So we started from an important basis, which is a special report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and Land Use. The full name is longer. It's a report on climate change, desertification, degradation of lands, and sustainable use of land, food security, and the effects of greenhouse gases on land. It's a very complex subject, but we can highlight the fact that we're talking about something that is helping solve the problem of climate change, and that it has a special note or highlight on this because we're mentioning climate change. So here I'd like to talk about the fact that there is various avenues through which the food provision systems, the systems related to agriculture and forestry, can provide solutions for the adaptation towards climate change and its mitigation. That's perhaps one of the greatest gifts from this report, which means that we can have a regenerative agriculture or sustainable use of territories and land. This was a special talent. This are things report in to gets integrated up to here of the special report and it protects it. Perhaps under a framework where we see the threats represented by climate change, as you mentioned, Nicole, and the changes in temperature, extreme events, the exposition to these systems. Furthermore, this is talking about other elements which are very interesting, which can add to this trait, such as the possibility of seeing how there are benefits in mitigation and adaptation and identifying the limits and supplying in one way or another solutions that are nature-based. Group 5, which analyzes land, marine, and agriculture resource use, analyzes these risks and the trade-offs between the various components of the system, the limits and barriers of adaptation, and the contested issue, which is something we need to expand upon, which is sustainable intensification. Many times it's been misguided, and we need to move it towards an ecological intensification to achieve the provision of goods and services. In this report, just as a snapshot, I'm going to advance quickly on these matters. We see how it's traditional to see possibilities and risks of what's being seen in productive systems. Obviously, we're focused on those harvests which affect the world population or monocultures without focusing on all products according to nutritional value. We need to access a product that has the nutritional value for the majority of the population. And through climate change, we see that according to different scenarios throughout time, even though there are local responses, in general, the food systems will be negatively affected, especially to achieve the production of what we're used to in the previous decades. And towards the future, we're going to have a production problem. One of the pillars of food security is production. So we see that there is a potential for adaptation. That panel has identified the possibilities in adaptation, such as the use of cultures which are agroecologically adapted, using different types of fertilizers, for example, to achieve the control over emissions, sustainable management of water, to have sufficient hydro resources in agriculture, and tactical management such as harvest dates. There's a portfolio of alternatives which is available, and then focus on mitigating these negative effects of climate change. We also have something very interesting in this report, and I invite everybody that's listening to review this. There's a connection that's directly related to sustainable items. This is the first time an IPCC report rolls out and emphasizes the misadaptations and possible additional benefits in sustainable development. So I'm going to continue with my proposal of how we should see this. The system, the food system, and agro system will be impacted by the problems of climate change. And the sustainable system, which has a food offer channeled through the different food security aspects such as production, processing, transport, and finally sales, so we can have a fair, equal, reasonable access to food for the population. We need to be aware of the mechanisms that are affecting all of these components. At the same time, the system is agriculture system for sustainable foods requires critical resources, one of them being land, which has a land use and irrigation item. There's a certain supply of ecosystemic services which affect the offer of sustainable foods, and also it is affected by climate change, either by requiring mitigation or by exacerbating its effects. If there's a misuse of a food system, it may impact the land area, the territory negatively, and this can hold a series of consequences in the climate system and the change thus in the land. So also we see additional impacts which aren't just a direct effect of climate change, they're indirect because of misuse. It's a loss of land, unsustainable water use. This is going to affect production, support systems, and territories. Basically, this responds to not only climate drivers, but also socio-environmental drivers, socio-economical drivers, topography, and economical development. There's various factors to manage policies that can strengthen the food systems. Our objective here is to assure food security, and we mustn't lose sight that there is a series of cultural and economic benefits in managing these food systems. There's an opportunity for development, an impact on people's well-being, which is linked to the food system, which must not be avoided or left out. It must be included in the food system. So with that, in this last slide, I finish my presentation. And where are we going from the systems point of view of food production and sustainable agriculture, of course? We're going towards a possibility of achieving greater adaptations and tactics to face climate change. Some of them are very practical and represent the portfolio of actions that can currently be taken, and that's what we call incremental actions and characteristics. There are ones that are even greater, which are seen with the greater expression of climate change, especially if we go towards more negative scenarios, where we see the germplasm or germination, especially with precision agriculture and risk management as a tool, to finally a transformational level, which is a reconfiguration of the systems towards adapting to climate change. That's it. I'm very happy to continue talking, but this was my talk for now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Francisco, for the presentation. Various important points that are highlighted and that we could comment on perhaps at the end to link up with the rest of the panel members. Now I'd like to give the floor to Tanja.
Thank you very much, Nicole. I'm going to share my screen. Here we are. You're able to see my screen, right? Wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel on these very important issues related to food systems and climate change. To begin, what is the dimension of climate change and agri-food systems? Systems, as Francisco mentioned, is the entire system the production, transportation, processing, storage, and eating. So we are all part of this agri-food system. And there are three main goals, which is food safety and nutrition improvement, being inclusive, creating a sustainable environment, and the fight against climate change. So these are the three axes that we will be studying, and the three goals are interrelated. Food security and nutritional security cannot be achieved without fighting the growth of poverty and without reducing the effects of environmental degradation. We are working on these together with different countries from the FAO to be able to support these goals, not just for 2030, but also commitments and NDCs that countries have related to the Paris Agreement. Besides impacts, I also wanted to mention that these challenges also have to take into consideration the results of COVID-19, which also significantly affects food safety in our area. COVID-19 will bring about the worst recession in the last century in Latin America and Caribbean. We see that there will be an increase in extreme poverty, as well as people who have autoimmune and immune requirements. The impact of climate change on agri-food systems are many. For instance, the causes of droughts, which are continually more frequent, also contribute to the increase of pests and diseases and many other impacts. But in our region, it's very important to highlight that in the next 10, 11 years, 40% of total surface will have either reached, or the area will have reached or exceeded this 2-degree threshold. So we are in a very serious situation in relation to our region. In these images, we have tried to sum up all of these impacts. For instance, increase in temperatures, also increase of meteorological variability, increase in extreme phenomena, increase in sea levels, acidification of the ocean, and availability of water. And variability in climate will affect agricultural systems. They affect production of agricultural sectors. It affects water availability. It affects degradation of soil, which are already in very serious condition. And all of these affect livelihoods. They affect people's income. And lastly, they affect food safety and food security. In this context, there is a text that mentions the world's most vulnerable areas. Our region is a region which is already experiencing the effects of climate change, and different countries in our region are experiencing climate change effects. For instance, droughts, water availability, and how water availability can be shared amongst all the different water uses. In terms of the work that the FAO is doing towards having more sustainable and resilient agriculture. So what does this mean? The FAO supports countries to be able to formulate policies and integrate different approaches, integrated approaches, and to implement projects to be able to manage natural resources more sustainably and increase ag farmers' resilience so that they can have better and more positive impacts within ecosystems and agricultural systems. We need to think about the impact of agriculture on natural environments, and we also need to maximize services of natural resources, for instance, water and biodiversity, as far as how they can impact upon quality of life. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Glenda, for your presentation and for the work that each one of you has been doing. And your work gives me even more hope. I'm sure that it doesn't just give me hope, but it gives many other young people hope. Those of us who work in this environmental area where there is a path forward, which would allow us to not necessarily have to take such extreme, drastic measures at the end. Now I would like Alejandro Florenzano to speak. Thank you very much. You can see my presentation, can you not? Yep, good. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be here. My name is Alejandro Florenzano. I'm Director of Regenerativa, and I am the Scientific Advisor for F4F for the Future. And I am here on behalf of F4F to speak to you about flower production based on organic waste. And our mission at F47 is to ensure the feeding of our future, regenerating our ecosystems. And our vision is to become nutritional leaders in Latin America. So first, let's talk about regeneration. We talk about regeneration because we believe it is important to go beyond sustainability, which is most related to making our activity have a lower negative impact. I believe that we need to have a positive impact to recover what we have already degraded, and that is why we talk a lot about regeneration. I want to give you a bit of context, which Francisco and Tania have already given you very good context as far as the challenges that the agri-food sector is facing. In F4F, we have the climate crisis, food crisis, almost a billion people are hungry. There is population increase that is expected over the next couple of decades, and significant food waste in food chains. Between 30 to 50% of food that is produced is then wasted. A high percentage of fishing around the world is used for fish feed and fish flours to be able to feed livestock. There's a high production of soy that is used for feeding livestock, and the impact that this has on ecosystems where the soy is produced, where there are significant monocultures. Decomposition of organic waste in landfills, which generate methane, which is a very powerful GHG. And there is significant growth expected in aquaculture over the next few years. We're expecting a growth by 60% by the year 2030. These are significant challenges that we face, among many others that the previous panelists have mentioned. And these challenges inspire us to act and to provide and propose new solutions and new interventions which would lead towards mitigation and adaptation to climate change and to ensure food security. The star of this process is this fly, it's a black soldier fly. And it is a wonder as far as its ability to transform organic waste in a very short period of time into high value products, as are its larvae with excellent nutritional quality, very high protein content, and it can also provide fertilizer. So a kilo of these larvae can process 20 tons of organic waste in 10 days and produce 3 tons of larvae. Here's a diagram of our bioprocess at F4F. We have agro-industry waste and home waste, and restaurants and open-air markets are taken to F4F plant, which is in the region of Maule. It's in central Chile. And they are processed and they are fed to these larvae, which then are fattened and then are processed to extract the products, which is the flour, which is rich in protein, and the oil, which is a high value product for industry, animal feed industry. And then we have a biofertilizer, frass, which has excellent quality for its use in agroecology and in farming, etc., etc. So it is is organic waste that we create or turn into highly protein intense product, which reduces waste and allows to feed people. And we can produce all of these different products. We have the fertilizer and free range eggs with hens that are fed with these hens, and we have the flour as well that you can see there, and the frass, and we can also feed the salmon and pigs, and we can also create pet food amongst other products that we are currently developing. As far as waste management is concerned, here in Chile and most of the world, it is a significant problem. With this technology that we have developed, we will be able to take 39 kilos of food waste to create 1 kilo of insect protein. That way we can prevent this food waste from ending up in landfills. And of course, they would have all the benefits that we mentioned previously. We performed an environmental footprint study for F4F, and we calculated different footprints per kilo of food produced, and we compared it to different products such as fish meal and soy flour, and considering the amount of organic waste that is not sent to landfill because of this product, we are able to generate this product which has high negative emissions, where we avoid the emission of 43 kilos of CO2 per kilo of protein that is generated. So in this case, we don't have a significantly lower environmental footprint, but we actually have a negative environmental footprint. By creating this product, we are avoiding the production of methane and its consequence on climate change. Now, there are other measurements that we have taken, such as land use, where we replace soy flour with insect flour. We have a 96% reduction in the demand of land use for its production, taking into consideration its entire life cycle. And water use, there is a 97% reduction in water use compared to soy flour. The value proposal at F4F is assigning value to organic waste and producing protein that's high quality, developing innovative strategies to be able to produce foods sustainably and circularly, and R&D of new uses and applications via science and innovation here in Chile. And significantly, we have been able to avoid emissions of methane in landfills, and we would be able to make a significant impact on sustainable regenerative agro system, all in line with what we've been talking about, proposing concrete solutions. And we are implementing this solution from here, our region in Latin America. That is my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alejandro. That is a fantastic way of showing how biotechnology can help us to solve, in one way or another, the impacts and threats that we are facing in our climate change and situation. Now I'd like to give the floor to Sonia. Now, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. All right. Can you see it now? Yes. Wonderful. Okay. Right then. So thank you very much, Nicole, for the presentation. I'd like to greet everybody from Buenos Aires, Argentina. And first of all, I'd like to state that this presentation is free from conflicts of interest on the personal level, on the institutional level. I declare that I'm not receiving any type of income or financial compensation by an activity whose main activity is the production, distribution, sales, sponsorship, or advertising of tobacco, foods, sugary drinks, alcoholic beverages, or pharmaceutical or other products. So then the idea here of this presentation is to follow this path. Many of the panel members that I share the panel with have already described the context well enough, and I'm going to retake here the food's point of view focused on the report that was presented by Francisco. We understand as food security as the physical, social, and economical access to enough foods with enough nutritional value to satisfy their needs and food preferences to carry out a healthy activity. So then we're going to recall the complexity involved that Francisco at the beginning of the presentation focused on. My focus has a greater focus on health sciences. I studied a health sciences degree in Universidad de Buenos Aires. Therefore, we must also understand the complexity from a social cultural point of view in foods, not just the logical sense of the issue. The report on climate change and land, the special report from the IPCC, I used here extracting this graph where we see the level of trust and the impact, the magnitude of impact on the population in three levels. First, in land management, it's the greatest amount of food productivity, and then in this other one, this other avenue, as many others proposed in this report that affect the value chain, the demand related to lesser levels of losses after the harvest, and finally, as a concrete contribution in dietary changes. These 3 points, greater productivity, lesser losses after the harvest, and changes in diet, are explained in this report with the level of impact in the population that holds the highest level together with other measures. So then I'm going to focus now on number 3, change in diet. I'm going to take Argentina as a case study, which I can comment on further, especially in the effects COVID has had in the increase of extreme poverty and how Tanya, Francisco, and perhaps others have highlighted the great impact of the increase of poverty during COVID and how this has had a great impact in the cost of foods. In Argentina, for example, in these 2 years, since the beginning of the pandemic, 2020 to 2022, has meant a 40%, 240% increase of food costs. This is an extreme inflationary effect. So, very concretely, to a four-person family, it's harder to access a basic basket of food, especially in this level. It represents an increase of 240% compared to the start of the pandemic. There's also an increase of non-transmissible diseases, and this is also one of the main causes of health problems on the global level. It's estimated that 1 out of 5 deaths on the global level are due to inadequate nutrition. The World Health Organization contextualizes non-transmissible diseases of having an impact of 71% of deaths around the world, which are attributable to non-transmissible diseases such as cardiovascular diseases and chronic illnesses, respiratory obstructive illnesses, sorry. These are the 4 main groups of non-transmissible diseases. In Argentina, we see the mortality, which is attributed, first of all, to heart diseases. This is the first cause of death for Argentinians, followed by malignant tumors. And in third place, pneumonias and flus or influenzas. So malnutrition due to excess of food. In Argentina, the survey shows that 13.6 children below the age of 5 already present obesity and a level of being overweight. Over 41.1% of the population between 5 to 17 present levels of being overweight or obese, and 66.1% of the adult population shows malnutrition due to excess nutrition. 43% of infants less than 6 months have access to exclusive maternal breastfeeding. This is a picture of Argentina, which isn't so different from what happens to other areas in the world. The region, sorry. And children consume 40% more sugary drinks than adults, twice the amount of sweets and pastries as adults. And here we see a graph which refers to the OPF study. It shows how here on this axis shows the increase of ultra processed foods and how it increases linearly with the increase in obesity and overweight. So here you see the consumption pattern in the last 20 years in Argentina. This is a publication based on the latest scientific information available. Here we see the regional trend and the world trend in how the consumption of sugary drinks has increased noticeably within the group of ultra-processed foods. Also, we see a noticeable increase of red meats with an environmental impact due to the production of these. Also, an increase of processed meats and also an increase of starchy vegetables. And what are we consuming less in Argentina? Fresh fruits and vegetables, dried fruits, legumes, fish, and seeds. According to the latest survey in 2018, even though the recommendation is of 5 portions of fruits and vegetables per day per person, in Argentina, the access has been a coverage of 2 portions of fruits and vegetables per day. And here we see the study of a province of Argentina, which has carried out various dietary and health studies evaluating if this is possible in Argentina with this profile of consumption where the consumption of meat, red meat above all in Argentina, we consume around 200 grams a day of red meat. The increase of processed meats has had an impact on the environment, and the study is on how it impacts the environment. I'm going to quickly go through this, which are just examples of policies that impact the diets and consumption patterns in populations that in turn have this huge impact on the environment, such as the labeling law, which in Argentina is called the promotion of healthy diets. Here we see a historical line of what happened in the region with respect to the label system. Chile was a pioneer in this policy, and how this policy reduces the consumption of processed and ultra-processed foods, and what this means in the environmental sense. In Argentina, fundamentally, we see civil society organizations that created greater traction for this law, and I highlight this to focus and highlight the importance of the participation of citizens in these causes and these topics. We're talking about food systems, we're talking about food security, climate change. Therefore, the challenge is how to involve the population actively in these matters. Just recently, May 11th this year in Argentina, there's the approval of the sales of HB4 transgenic wheat, which involves the use of a specific herbicide tolerance, and it's drought resistant. Argentina has become the first level producer of this cereal, and there's social movements which are very powerful, complaining, protesting, creating awareness, trying to stop the situation in Argentina, which once again holds a huge impact. It will mean a huge impact over our environment. So the question that I leave you is if non-transmissible diseases, non-communicable diseases are truly non-communicable, we talk about a change in paradigm of acute diseases to non-communicable diseases. I really question whether they're non-communicable. And the other question is whether healthy diets and sustainable diets are possible. So once again, we have to have a collective solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Thank you to each one of our panelists. There is lots to think about from each one of your presentations, especially, well, what we have most brought together is how complex it is to speak about food security because it is a system made up by many different systems, as Francisco was mentioning at the beginning of this panel. And I would like to ask you some questions about each one of your presentations so that the public or the audience can also think them through and come to some conclusions if they're also facing these same problems. So I'd like to begin with Francisco. What happens when we are communicating with a community which has a specific food that is fully entrenched, for instance, a protein that they've been eating for a long, long time? Let's talk about a fishing community. Let's talk about a fishing community that may be threatened by different factors and they lose this main protein. What would be the best way to reach out to them? How can we provide solutions for them to be able to protect their security after having lost this essential protein, which was the livelihood for their families and their entire fishing community? What do you think, Francisco? Thank you, Nicole. That's a great question. I must say that the latest report by the IPCC on Chapter 5 regarding food systems is particularly concerned about indigenous communities, local communities, asking that we protect in the best way possible the rights that they have and to ensure that they not be impacted, even with adaptation plans. That's sort of counterintuitive, isn't it? We would think that these adaptation plans that have a significant positive impact on the general population, they may have negative effects on indigenous populations. So let's not just talk about protein, but let's talk about gathering fruits from the forest. And that is very deeply ingrained in their culture. And they require specific protection public policies. They need restoration plans and reintroduction in many cases. An example for you, and this is something that comes up as a response to your question. I need to quickly react like the boxers do, throwing my first punches. But in the marine case, there's a very interesting experience. It's a Chilean experience. It has happened in other places as well, but there's been a clear effect here in Chile. There is exclusion zones for fisheries and which are only open to artisan or more local community fishing. Protecting those types of rights, reinforcing local and artisan rights is a good way to adapt to climate change because, as you're saying, it has a significant impact on the local community because many times extractive habits, the communities know what are methods that are much more sustainable and adapt much better to the communities that they want to serve. And they also generate much more diversity of products, not just the product that you are extracting, but also the other species that make up a protected ecosystem. So that example, I believe, is feasible to apply to different types of agriculture because you can come across this in land ecosystem protection, native forest protection, but I think that we could also think about protection of a certain type of agriculture, more of a local trade agriculture and traditional methods, which are part of local customs. I think that we could have protection of that type of agriculture as well. The debate that we're having in the constitutional group sometimes exacerbates some elements and restricts others. I believe in coexistence, and coexistence can be achieved by using policies which allow to protect these certain areas, localities, and products that are deeply ingrained in the local culture. Thank you very much, Francisco, for your answer. As you were mentioning, it is really quite complex, but I think your example is also very interesting as far as the experience in Chile, which you have already. Let's talk to time. Is there something from your presentation that also other panelists have mentioned, which has to do with not just food security, but we also talk about how it is linked to other areas, for instance, reducing poverty, habitat degradation, biodiversity degradation. It's all connected. So my question is, how does the FAO intervene, or how can it have a measurement of how food security is handled in a specific community? I understand that there are different surveys and forms that can be evaluated where a community can implement them or take these tools and apply them more locally and do a research or an investigation to see how that community is doing. Thank you, Nicole. Yes, they are rather complex issues, and the FAO has several different tools. I'm not going to tell you about all of them at the moment, but there are tools that the FAO has to evaluate and to analyze in the field. Let's say that we have a region in Chile, we can evaluate how we can address these challenges, not just climate change challenges, but a holistic, our goal is to have a holistic solution to be able to face climate change and biodiversity and food security challenges, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we do have these tools. Also, another concrete example is where we are supporting Chile in the implementation of preparing a national adaptation plan, NAP. So Chile is in a process to be able to adjust and improve its plans. I believe that that is a first step in order to have all partners and stakeholders who who are talking about this issue related to how we can address climate change, particularly when it pertains to adaptation. And of course, there's indigenous peoples, there are gender, there are youth, there's government, there are farmers, there are many different stakeholders. So then, once we have this national plan, we have to figure out how we would apply the plan. So Chile is in this process. This is the first step, and we are supporting Chile and other countries in the region, and that is the first step. I believe that this is one of the main points, and one of the main points is that there are spaces to have conversations amongst all of us, with all the parties, because these are not FAO's solutions. They're not the solutions. These solutions do not belong to the ministries either. It's important that we all talk about this together and provide spaces where these conversations can be had so that these adaptation plans can involve all the people in the region, indigenous people, smallholders, young people, women, so that everyone can contribute and be involved in these circles and in these decision-making processes. Thank you very much, Tanya. It is a collaborative effort, and I want to congratulate Chile once again for the work that they've been doing with the FAO on these national adaptation plans. And it's important that other countries would also include these. We are almost out of time, but I wanted to ask questions to our other two panelists who have also had fantastic presentations. I will ask if you can give me the shortest answer possible. That would be wonderful. Alejandro, I have a very specific question. Have you performed a study, or are you trying to get this product that you are talking about to supplement or to replace, or, for instance, fish meal? Have there been assessments related to that? Yes, that is the idea. The idea is to replace fish meal and soy meal partially with our insect flour. We are studying that with salmon and trout, which are the main fish that are produced here. And fish oil is more difficult to replace, but we are also studying that to see how fish would behave when we change their diet. But that is our vision, and we are working on that, and it is working. There are clients who are already using our insect meal as the food for their fish. Sonia, I love your final message that you left us with. Is it really critical? Is it not? Will what is this story, and how how is engagement so important in making decisions, as you have also mentioned? And their civil society can have drastic implications. There was a radical change in Argentina where you consume so much meat in Argentina, for instance, but we have seen that this type of change is possible with citizen engagement. So, would you be able to give us a message to civil society in general to be able to close out this panel?
Thank you, Nicole. In our experience with this last case of policies promoting healthy foods and healthy eating, we've found during full pandemic, during full social distancing and isolation, the paradoxical differences. We were isolated, but that's where we saw this great consolidation and changes. We found that we were in a huge collaboration network full of alliances, connections, consensus, inclusion, all of this, of course, virtually from one corner to another throughout the whole country of Argentina. It was this that generated the construction of a social agenda. The pressure of this agenda later built the legislative agenda. Thus, we finally advanced towards the new law. So I'm not saying that this is a path forward for everybody. There's various infinite paths forward, but I just wanted to highlight the importance and the possibility that if there's goodwill, if there's commitment, if there's the construction of networks and collaborations among various sectors, you can achieve great changes. So therefore, we're going down that path. Thank you very much, Sonia. Thank you very much, Alejandro, Tanya, Francisco. This panel has been great, fantastic, especially for me and the audience who are very interested in these topics. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank Fundación Meri and the organization of this event. Therefore, we invite everybody to continue with the next panel. I'll give the floor to Paulina now. Thank you very much for your role as moderator, Nicole. You're part of the very youth group. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank all the experts, especially in helping us understand the urgency of food security under the framework of climate change. So thank you very much. Thank you for your great presentation. So after a very brief break, we'll have the final panel, Climate Change Towards Sustainable Development. We'll be back in
Te
just a few minutes.
presentamos Territoriar, una app que te permitirá aprender sobre nuestra biodiversidad de una manera lúdica, didáctica y completa. Chile es un laboratorio de una invaluable riqueza en biodiversidad presente en sus ecosistemas terrestres y marinos. Descarga la app, disfruta, aprende y educa a distintos cursos y edades a través de realidad aumentada y fichas con información descargable para ser usadas en la sala de clases o desde la casa. Vamos a territoriar.
Hola, soy Sonia Español Jiménez, soy bióloga marina, trabajo en Fundación Meri. Hace 8 años me vine de España a Chile para estudiar las ballenas. Cuando era pequeña veía muchos documentales en la tele de naturaleza y en especial veía una serie que se llamaba Flipper. Flipper era un delfín que podía comunicarse, podía hablar con su entrenadora. A mí eso me parecía fascinante, cómo un delfín podía hablar con un humano. Esto me hizo pensar y darme cuenta que yo quería estudiar a los delfines y a las ballenas. Así que estudié durante muchos años y finalmente llegué a Chile. De los 13 tipos de ballenas que hay, en Chile existen 9. Eso es muchísimo, es una gran oportunidad para poder estudiarlas y conocerlas. Estudiar las ballenas es súper importante, no solo porque es un animal más grande que ha existido en la Tierra, sino también porque están en todos los océanos. Así, al estudiarlas a ellas, podemos conocer si nuestras actividades diarias están afectando a donde ellas viven. En Chile podemos ver 9 tipos de ballenas diferentes, algunas de ellas en peligro de extinción. Se alimentan en las aguas frías del sur de Chile porque son ricas en alimentos. Una vez que se alimentan, se van a las aguas más calientes, como por ejemplo Ecuador, a reproducirse y tener sus crías, porque así estas nacerán más a salvo. Si queremos proteger a nuestras ballenas, tenemos que cuidar nuestros océanos. Y una de las formas más simples en las que todos podemos ayudar es preocuparnos de cómo y en qué usamos el agua de nuestras casas, porque finalmente todo el agua en algún momento va a llegar al océano. Los océanos producen el 50% del oxígeno que todos nosotros consumimos y para ello las ballenas son clave, porque con sus nutrientes ayudan a que aparezcan unas microalgas que son como unos árboles en chiquitito que por una parte generan este oxígeno y por otra absorben el CO2 de la atmósfera. Así que tanto las ballenas como los océanos nos están ayudando a día de hoy a mitigar las consecuencias del cambio climático. Si quieres conocer más sobre las ballenas y el fascinante mundo marino, te invitamos a ver ahora las cápsulas educativas de Fundación Meri y a que nos sigas en las redes sociales y en www.fundacionmeri.cl. ¡Nos vemos!
Desde hace millones de años, las ballenas han habitado desde la Antártica hasta el Ártico y durante su vida capturan 33 toneladas de CO2, 1.500 veces más que un árbol. Este es absorbido en sus cuerpos por lo que no vuelve a salir a la atmósfera, ayudando así a reducir uno de los principales gases causante del calentamiento global. Las ballenas aportan nutrientes a su paso por todos los océanos. Estos nutrientes son fuente de vida microscópica, como el plancton, que ayuda a los océanos a fabricar el 50% del oxígeno que consume el planeta. Además, este sirve de alimento a otros organismos, siendo una cadena sin fin que favorece a todo el ecosistema marino y al ser humano que se beneficia de este servicio traducido en la pesquería. Cuantas más ballenas, más peces. Sin embargo, las ballenas están bajo amenaza. Entre el 2007 y 2019 van más de 1.200 víctimas. Por eso nace The Blue Boat Initiative, que instalará y conectará la primera red sudamericana de boyas acústicas de alerta temprana para la protección de ballenas. Una red de boyas inteligentes con un complejo sistema de hidrófonos, sensores oceanográficos y transmisores que comenzará a operar en el sur de Chile. Esta es una de las principales áreas de alimentación y crianza de ballenas del hemisferio sur, gracias a la gran productividad y refugio que generan la combinación única de fiordos y las corrientes subantárticas y oceánicas. The Blue Boat Initiative comenzará en el mar interior de Chiloé, el Golfo de Ancud y el Golfo de Corcovado para luego cubrir toda la ruta migratoria de las ballenas. La información satelital que ellas envían permitirá advertir en tiempo real a las embarcaciones sobre la presencia de ballenas para que éstas tomen medidas que eviten golpear a estos valiosos cetáceos. Estas boyas permitirán también conocer datos vitales en cuanto al calentamiento global de los océanos, debido a los sensores oceanográficos que monitorearán el estado de salud de los océanos. El océano es parte esencial del ciclo de la vida y nosotros podemos ayudar a que ésta siga adelante, multiplicándose y beneficiando al mundo entero. Sé parte de esta inédita iniciativa chilena. Ayúdanos a cambiar la historia del océano y el mundo.
Bueno, las principales iniciativas que hoy día nosotros estamos llevando en el contexto chileno son tres. Una, que es la red de aprendizaje para la pesca artesanal, la cual de una u otra forma entrega las distintas herramientas y es un espacio también de conversación, de poder intercambiar experiencia entre los distintos actores que se desarrollan en la pesca artesanal, desde lo que son los pescadores propiamente tal, pasando por los institutos científicos y aquellas instituciones que tienen que ver con la fiscalización y con la administración de los distintos recursos. Por tanto, es un espacio de confianza en donde se busca, a través de este diálogo transparente, poder lograr de una u otra forma encontrar soluciones innovadoras que nos permitan de una u otra forma entender que el desarrollo depende de cada uno de los actores que se ven involucrados.
De ellas es este proyecto de Blue Boat Initiative, que a través de la instalación de boyas acústicas en lugares de alta congregación de cetáceos permitirá dar aviso en tiempo real a las embarcaciones para que éstas disminuyan su velocidad.
Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, we will start with the last panel, challenges posed by climate change towards a sustainable economy. So please recall that after the panel, we have the Patagonia Azul document documentary, which is 30 minutes for your enjoyment. The moderation of the panel will be under Mr. Luis Eduardo Escobar. He's an economist of the University of Chile, master's degree and doctorate candidate in economy from the University of Maryland. He worked for over 20 years in the International Monetary Fund. Currently, he works as a consultant and president of the board of the Valparaiso Port Company. Welcome, Luis. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Go ahead, Luis. You may start with your presentation and the panel, of course. Well then, as Paulina mentioned, today we're in the fourth panel to talk about the economical challenges posed by climate change, especially how we can transition towards sustainable economies. As we all know, after the debt crisis of the 80s, what we called the lost decade, our countries concentrated mostly on economical growth. Without a doubt, that was a successful effort which resulted in a vast improvement of the conditions of life for the population, even though there is inequality registered in our countries. Economical growth brought with it negative effects such as greater atmospheric contamination in urban areas and an important deterioration of our natural resources. Furthermore, the economy of countries in Latin America and the Caribbean showed a great vulnerability against adverse effects, especially related to climate long term effects, extreme climate events, which we've witnessed in the last few years, which cost lives and destroy very expensive infrastructure. And we must highlight as well social crises which arise from the inequalities from the development model implemented in the last 3 decades. From that point onwards, we see the urgent need to transition to a sustainable development model in economy, social aspects, and others, which protects our most vulnerable population and preserving the environment for future generations, everything that is related to economical, social, and natural assets that our continent has. Our objective this afternoon is to get to know the challenges and key actions that, apart from fighting climate change, shall generate a profound and systemic change towards a more sustainable economy and more integrated societies. Today, we have with us Anna Bucher. She's a senior specialist in climate change of the Operations Advisement on Climate Change from the World Bank and has over 14 years of experience in research, development, and management of international activities related to climate change and development policies. Within the climate change group, she has led various initiatives on the integration of climate change in a wide array of sectors. Their application with national commitments in climate matters, according to the Paris Accords, specifically in Latin America and the Caribbean. Afterwards, we'll hear from Patricia Morales, which I shall introduce, and finally, we'll hear from Patricia Fernando Pino, who I'll introduce later on as well. Therefore, I'll leave you with Anna Bucher. Thank you very much, Louise. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you in this panel and to share this space with my colleagues, the Patricias. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to share screen. Please let me know if it's okay. Can you see it well? Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. As Luis mentioned, I'm transmitting from Washington, D.C., working for the World Bank and also with a special focus on Latin America and seeing how we can advance the World Bank strategy in integration in actions towards climate change and sustainable development. In these last 2 days, I imagine that you've seen and you've seen specific presentations. I don't want to go into greater depth here, but I just wanted to talk about the harm that is caused by extreme events such as climate change and the recurring impacts that become extreme and that lead to a greater intensification sequence of events. This is a problem that's not in the future, it's happening now. I'd like to also highlight the numbers in which international institutions for financing base their decisions on, and this is, for example, in extreme events, we understand that we see that 1.7% of the annual GDP is lost in Latin American countries due to the disasters over the last 2 decades. Just in 2020, apart from the pandemic, we had catastrophic forest fires in Pantanal, an area that burnt over 26% of the region, cyclones in the Atlantic Basin, more than 30 storms in the Caribbean from 2005, and meteorological extreme hotspots since the year 2000 in 5 Caribbean countries, which showed 20 top extreme world level events and deaths. All of this, of course, as we mentioned, are not the most extreme disasters. Everything that's related to the frequency of droughts, etc., in the Bolivian regions, we're seeing more severe and recurring droughts, which is quantifying this greatly. For example, in the last few years, more than $3 billion have been lost in Brazil, with additional losses in Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay due to the drought and agricultural production due to these losses and effects. In July 2021, in Latin America, Argentina, Paraguay, and Paraná had a contraction of the rivers with the lowest levels of the century, which obstacleized marine transport and also the exports and also the energy and health of over 5 Argentinian cities. This truly takes us to understand that climate change in Latin America is a priority for adaptation, and also we wish to talk about the future, and we need to get to know and study and understand the latest IPCC reports, which focus on food security, agricultural production, among others, and economical activities in the countries in the region, which is mostly based on agricultural production, which will be affected. Many studies from the World Bank analyze that we expect that more than 90% of the surface area of Latin America, due to the extreme heat and drought events, will cause a loss of more than 2.5 million jobs per year just due to the heat waves and the impact it can have on health and agricultural production. Also in the year 2030, there's calculations and analyses of extreme poverty, which we're seeing in the graph on the right. It shows a huge drop and an increase of 300% of extreme poverty just due to the impacts of climate change, obviously with different distributions among various countries such as Brazil, Guatemala, Nicaragua, and depending on the impact due to disasters, health effects such as due to the heat waves and also the lack of jobs. Let's not only talk about adaptation. To talk about economy, to talk about growth, sustainable growth, of the potential of the life systems, we have to talk about mitigation. As you know, in our countries, we hold international commitments, and through these commitments, we see that this is a region that has 8% of its emissions based on greenhouse gas effects, which is different from the majority of the rest of the world. And its emissions are divided in agriculture, land use, and power generation. There are key points here, which are key areas such as the Amazons, which hold important effects as carbon sumps. And since there is a drop of almost 20% of deforestation of these areas, this can also be close to an inflection point. So we see that we need to achieve a certain efficiency in all these sectors, not just a reduction in emissions, but also the role and opportunities that exist in changing this process and energy towards a low carbon footprint production. And this can have economic effects and a reduction of poverty as well. So many of the important roles are going to be generated in the agricultural and forestry sectors to position the region in a different manner, in such a way that we can create opportunities for various economies for new systems of life that are more sustainable. For example, the power sector, when compared to many countries of the world, it's generally clean in our area, in our region, because there are many countries which use hydroelectric power, other countries that use a great level of solar power, and others. And this can create a great level of decarbonization of sectors such as transport, which in turn generates employment and co-benefits such as an improvement in the quality of the air, ecosystems, and it can mean that investing in these actions of low carbon footprint can generate a economical benefit for that transition. Another important aspect in the region is everything related to renewables, the increase of electricity in transport and mobility. In Chile, Argentina, Bolivia, we see the richness of holding lithium and other minerals, which are very important for the production of power. And this can cause and lead towards a transition in generating clean electricity if and when they have the guidelines for that transition. Also, we can talk about green hydrogen. Now, to be successful in this total balance, we need high levels of investment, we need a transition of our economy, and we also require that the region be of low emissions. And to be successful, we need to all work towards a decarbonized world. So here, I'd like to show you this graph where we're stating that to reach the year 2050, 2060, with what the IPC proposes, a green transition of maximum 1.5 degrees Celsius increase. And this cannot be done without the help of the developed countries, but it also must be tackled by developing countries. While the most developed countries start decarbonizing, underdeveloped countries must also have that decarbonization, because if we continue with business as usual, we will be the ones emitting the majority of pollution for the year 2050. What I mentioned before, how can we work towards a sustainable economy? It's basically translating that transition, which is low carbon for the markets, we need to see how these countries start understanding the risks in policies as well, where we're subject to in the various markets and the economical effects, and what are the opportunities for this new generation, this new way of life. So then, specifically, it's important to understand how the agricultural chains will show that they're free of deforestation and low in carbon. This is a risk for the region because most of its generation, be it for livestock, be it for agriculture, is linked and subject to a high intensity in emissions. So how can we make these countries that depend on this agricultural production transition towards cleaner carbon? For example, in Costa Rica, there's coffee value chains where they started to be carbon neutral, and they placed the brand of these products that hold no deforestation and more sustainable production. Decarbonization of the manufacturing systems, energy transport has a further level of competitiveness that the markets demand in Europe and the US, who are working on carbon taxes or exclusion of certain products. The European Union is working intensively in limiting access to certain products and imports that are from areas that hold high emissions or that are associated to deforestation. So how can we include all our countries in the region in such a way that we position ourselves for this greater economical production? Also, there's a great level of fossil fuel extraction, but how can we make this transition be a stranded asset, which are products that, while the world is decarbonized, the great investments in oil extraction, gas extraction, have a transition that in 20, 30 years, it should be made to not be competitive. We need to reduce those levels, and we need to see how we could work in areas where the great levels of investment in those areas don't make sense. For example, the extraction of lithium and metals in Argentina are seen as new possibilities, and we need to see how we could reach that level of economy in these countries. And the graph on the right shows the vulnerable exports. These are the studies that we're carrying out with the World Bank. What would be the countries, the sectors that it can be a little more problematic in the generation of income due to changes of export? Also, it shows that in this transitional process towards a sustainable economy, as we mentioned before, we need to act today. We have the demand and what the pandemic generated and what the economical recovery is trying to achieve. We need to show how that economic recovery be that new opportunity to add many of these types of ambitions that countries have in terms of integration of environmental policies, this decarbonization that is seen in many countries. There are long-term goals, and we need to see how we could focus and not lose more time to be able to reach those goals. Out of which we talk about work, we talk about where we can invest, and what are the new areas of work where that transition can generate and be generated in an effective manner. But if we consider economy, poverty, growth, we also need to study what would be the great industries for these possibilities and to have a fair transition. Just very quickly, I want to talk about what the World Bank is doing. The World Bank has just established a new strategy, a new climate change plan to tackle many of these subjects that I just mentioned. It's a strategy that wishes to address investments, dialogues with clients. It's a roadmap to be able to truly integrate that climate action plan and how this can be seen in the region of Latin America. What are the important policies for the governments, especially for policies related to the environment, and to be able to invest in transformational actions in the private sector? What are the most important policies to be able to improve the macroeconomical structures, and in the sectors where we can create a lot of this growth? And if we talk about a transversal pillar for financial political development, and finally where finances are located, many of these strategies are goals, are strategies, but if we don't have financing, there's no possibility of these countries accessing environmental financing, and that's where we need to implement this. So how we can accelerate that access to that climate financing.
We need to work with the various countries so that they can improve their NDCs and their ambitions, the development, diagnosis, analytics, to be able to understand these economic factors, which is where a lot of the synergy and the incentives are not present, and have them there in a more structural regard to speak to the different sectors of finance and the economy, which are absolutely essential in this type of decision making. New goals of the World Bank to 2050 are to increase financing. We are committed to 35% of financing to 2025 on part of the World Bank, mainly on climate change, where 50% of that would be for adaptation and 50% on mitigation. And by 2020, we had nearly $52 million, $52 billion had been, or the percentage was in climate investment, and we hope to get to that 35% on average in the future. And we are working on that climate financing, be very specific in main areas, which represent more than 90% of GHG emissions around the world. But they're mainly in adaptation work and poverty areas. That's where we really want to focus our investment: energy, agriculture, urban transport, and manufacturing. And we are wrapping up here, but to let you know that that transition, it's very important that that transition be a just and fair, inclusive transition, where it's not from one day to the next, where we can leave this carbon dependent economy, not from one day to the next, but we need to be able to build all these strategies gradually so that it's not just closing out coal mines, but we need to figure out where to reorient the skills of the workforce and how we can distribute these policies where there is decent work and reducing poverty. We need to create additional capacities in these new transformational aspects, new opportunities, but which would also have a fair and inclusive and effective methodology in its transition. As the World Bank and as many of the other institutions around the world related to finance are working on allowing people to access finances, we need to work with integrating private capital. Private capital will be key in bringing many of these initiatives and pilot projects and new technologies to the fore, but it is also going to help in social aspects, opening up new markets, for instance, in areas where they are not so readily available. Carbon markets and combined financing, mobilizing internal finances, facilitating so that these strategies be congruent, so that countries can have true concrete action. Thank you very much. And if there are any other questions, I would be happy to answer them. Thank you very much for sticking to the time there, Anna. We will have the opportunity of asking questions in a moment, so I will allow Patricia Fernanda Pinto to speak now. Patricia is a researcher at the University of Sao Paulo. She graduated in biological sciences. She has lots of experience in climate change governance. Apologies. As I was saying, she has great experience in climate economy and livelihood, ecosystem services, and sustainability, and has focused on Amazon. She has experience in ecology and anthropology for indigenous populations and drivers of climate change, which are causing the loss of the ecosystem sources that we have been talking about, and which deteriorates resilience of those ecosystems. As we know, this affects most vulnerable communities and most marginalized communities in a disproportionate manner. She is the co-author of Chapter 8 of Group Number 2 of the IPCC, and it is titled as Poverty, Livelihood, and Sustainable Development. Now I will allow Patricia to speak. You have 10 minutes, Patricia.
A todos uma oportunidade. Estou muito contente de fazer parte desse painel. My presentation will be in English because I feel it's going to be easier and smooth for you than understanding my portfolio. No. I thought that what I wanted to present today, and I think it's going to be very well complementing what Anna Buscher just presented on the material loss or the economic challenge that our region have. I decided to focus on what IPCC Working Group 2, our chapter on poverty, livelihoods, and sustainable development, give you a perspective from Latin America or South America on what is new and what are the major challenges that we have, not only for economic development, but for livelihoods and sustainable approaches. So let me see if we can. So what our chapter presented is an issue that we have observed that impact is already happening. We are not even projecting in 2030 or 50. We are observing throughout the world, and especially in our region, the most severe impact on economy, on the economy, on livelihoods, agricultural production, and loss of infrastructure and jobs are happening to people that are less responsible to the process of development or to the process of the climate crisis that we are living on, and those that have the least ability to respond. So then I touch a little bit on the limits of adaptation that can be hard or soft. So an issue of climate justice is the backbone of what we are envisioning on this transition towards a zero carbon economy or a sustainable development. Another novel concept that we are using here is the social tipping point, which is a complement to the ecological tipping point in a way that we needed to address those issues if we are trying to have an economy that prospers prosperate under a climate changed future. And then I'm going to touch a little bit on the residual risks or the loss and damage that are not only economic, but non-economic loss and damage that is important for us to understand and talk about. So though we have that with high confidence level that specific in Latin America as well, I say Latin America or South America, the impact of climate change and the challenges of development, economic development per se, including inequality, exacerbate each other and increase vulnerability with the adverse impacts of climate change. So under all emission scenarios, climate change will reduce the capacity of adaptive response in all different sectors, and then we limit the choices and opportunities for sustainable development or for an economy that can be thriving. So then climate change increases the threat of chronic and sudden oneself development changes, such as linked to poverty traps and food insecurity. And this is high confidence. I believe everybody on this panel is familiar with the language, the confidence language on the IPCC. It means that most of the literature are agreeing on that topic, on the evidence that we are showing. So the impacts then from climate change on the economy or different sectors or people's life. For instance, mortality associated to floods, drought, or storms, they differ significantly across regions that are high or low vulnerability. And then it shows us that people have different starting points when to move to a climate resilient development, where how we can move that forward. We cannot have the same bar to everybody because we need to attend to this difference and vulnerability of people and regions. For instance, high mortality from floods, including economic losses, is 15 times higher for countries that are ranked as highly vulnerable compared to the less vulnerable countries over the past decade. Which is bring us to the topic that what is the center of the vulnerability is the differential impacts and risks to different people and ecosystems. So vulnerability is interlinked then to past development process, history of colonialism that is very much linked in our region, high levels of poverty, including high levels of migration, inequality, access to basic service, education, institution capacity, and governance capacity, right? So inequality then is at the center of this dynamic. An example that I bring, and it could be an example from Latin America, but what we see is that our region is still like having a knowledge gap on not only on the evidence of the inequality of those impacts, but also for future opportunities, especially for economic development. But one example is that it's very good to illustrate the vulnerability and inequality associated to the impact of climate change. We have in Eastern Asia over 100 people affected by drought in the last years with low mortality rate, with low, relatively low economic losses. But then you have on the same period, Eastern Africa, about 7 million people, a little less than Eastern Asia, was affected by the same drought on the same period, but 2,000 to 20,000 fatalities to drought, and then economic losses that are measured to be no material intangible because people have to move there with their livelihoods completely eroded. So basically this map shows a little bit of over 3.3 billion people are living in regions classified as very high and highly vulnerable to climate change, while 2 billion people live in regions with low and very low vulnerability. So we have more people into these clusters of high vulnerability. And in our region, Central America, South America, is really an state that we call state fragility because of the challenge I just presented to recover from shocks, especially climate shocks. On the map, you can see also that Central and South America are from medium to high vulnerability. And then we have also mortality associated with extreme events, being most linked in our region with extreme floods, but then followed by storms and drought. We have high confidence on this evidence. That's because we have differentiated vulnerability. So when we take Central and South America, we have moderate to severe challenges. Severe challenges are linked mostly with governance, how we are managing risks, or how we are planning for an economy that is less attached to the risks imposed by climate change. We also have moderate challenges on a high number of people that are unprotected, poor access to health, high level of inequality, high level of dependency on agriculture or livelihoods that are mostly sensitive to climate hazards. We have also food security challenges in low literacy or of adult population. Those are factors that are really at the heart of how these hazards or climate hazards are experienced. So here's just an example that we have in Central and South America, some population that are really exposed to the climate hazards, and that includes smallholders, producers, indigenous people in the Amazon and throughout traditional communities in our ranges. Here is just a summary of the major impacts that we can observe in our region associated with livelihoods in the crop fails, farmland, fishery, forest products, housing, income and assets, body, health and security, and crop variability. So the bigger is the circle, the larger is our confidence, evidence that heat, extreme dry weather and temperature warm is affecting most of livelihoods and economic and no economic prospects of people's life in our region. So here's just showing that the mortality rate is also very high across different regions in the world. And when we think about South America, we have lots of severe floods affecting and storms and also heat that are the drivers of mortality and economic loss. So what I want to present here is that Anna Buscher or the World Bank is already bringing some high-level evidence of the major sectors that are being impacted and how much they're being impacted. And what I want to show here is that beyond the economic losses, we have losses that are called non-economic, but they constitute existential threats. For instance, loss of biodiversity in South America or in the Amazon region compromise the livelihoods permanently of indigenous people, traditional population, or when we get loss of health of people, the deterioration of health, the non-economic losses that highlighted that not all the risks we are suffering are based on economics. While these are difficult to measure, there are growing evidence that no economic losses and damages are increasing dramatically globally. So immediate to high evidence. And then no economic losses are also particularly relevant to understand who is being more impacted. Although climate change will affect all of us, we know that there are some people, some regions, and some communities that are on the front line of those risks. An example of what are these losses of there are no economic for the Amazonian people is that the climate hazards with combined, compounding events with no economic drivers of forest fires or forest degradation associated with increased drought and heat are leading to food insecurity, health, loss of biodiversity, and the propensity of this forest dieback of a transition of Amazon forest to not to a savanna type of ecosystem, and then we are assuming this can be an ecological, a social ecological tipping point because it affects identity, place attachment, livelihoods, and culture. I want to also say that without a strong adaptation, our region is still having, although adaptation has been implemented throughout the world, and then we have been seeing since like the past decade or so, an increase of adaptation plans throughout the world, especially municipalities and state. We still have a huge knowledge gap in our region, and we know without a strong measure, losses and damage will be likely to concentrate among the most poor and vulnerable population. And the number, I think this number already presented, but on the highly unequal scenario, the projected number of people living in extreme poverty might increase by 102 million people by 2030. So then we come to this concept of social tipping point. What I want to bring the attention is that under high emission scenarios, without a strong adaptation, increased climate hazards have the potential for social tipping points. These social tipping points are challenges in the society that are linked to turmoil or unrest. And it's also the ultimate outcome is conflicts, violence, and migration. So even with moderate climate change, people in vulnerable regions will experience further erosion of their livelihoods that can interact with a humanitarian crisis and increase displacement, forced migration with high confidence, and again, violence and conflict leading to this social tipping point with medium confidence. But we do have a chance. So we have development contexts that shape how we are experiencing these hards and how we're going to get out of these potential hards. And we know that if we keep the temperature warming at 1.5 degree, as the IPCC say, or no more than 2 Celsius degree, we have a better opportunity to have a climate resilient development, an economy that is going to be thriving. We're going to be really having more opportunity to implement adaptation together with reducing the emissions. And the chances are that we'll be able to reduce the unequal distributions of residual impacts of those loss and damage, specifically on non-material ones. So what we are trying to stress is that we needed to be able to establish an adaptation and that is more than necessary, so we can avoid irreversible impacts both on the natural and people's life, the natural ecosystem on people's life. So starting today, we have an increased sense of urgency. We have possible pathways that and scenarios that we have been seeing that by 2030, we can, if we have strong measures and to implement adaptation together with mitigating greenhouse emissions and reducing or avoiding global temperature warming beyond 1.5 degree, we have better chances and opportunity to all to reach the sustainable developments and have an economy or a way of living on this earth without further injustice or further problems to people that have least contribute to that. So we know that also how we're gonna respond now, our response on mitigation and adaptation, we also influence the inequality, we also influence the poverty level and the livelihood. So thereby we have a space that we can attend to this climate justice. And then we can improve the coherence between adaptation of different social groups and sectors and scale to reduce maladaptation. So enable mitigation and advance progress toward the climate resilience require us to really improve and think that through what kind of economy, what kind of livelihoods people will be able to perform under a climate changed world. I would like to get down to the end of my presentation, stressing that approach such as nature-based solutions, especially on urban green, infrastructure, ecosystem-based management, can provide livelihood options and reduce poverty, while also supporting mitigation and adaptation with high median evidence. Again, median confidence means not that is the literature that is still not so available. And then adaptation save lives, economies, and livelihoods. It can generate additional benefits such as improving agricultural productivity, bringing innovation, health and well-being to all, collaborate to food security, biodiversity conservation, as well reducing risks of loss and damage, and very high level of confidence. And the largest adaptation gap exists among lower income populations, groups, but also it's among the global south countries where we are living with high confidence. And at the current rate of adaptation planning and implementation, the adaptation gap will continue to grow without a strong measure, without a strong emphasis of pushing that even further and scale up adaptation across all sectors and population. Short and long term planning and accelerate implementation, particularly in the next decade or so, is important to close this adaptation gap, recognizing the constraints in some regions with and for some population. So thank you, and happy to answer any questions. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Perdón, muchas gracias, Patricia.
Thank you very much, Patricia. I switched languages, sorry about that. Thank you very much. Thank you for your discipline to keeping your presentation to those 10 minutes. And lastly, we are going to hear from Patricia Morales, who's an economist who graduated from the Catholic University in Lovaina with a Master of Arts in Economics from the Paris School of Economics. And she is a university professor in international economy and econometry. She is also an active panelist on radio and other fora, and she was awarded in 2017 Mujer Opina for promoting the role of women in public spaces and in politics. As of 2017, she has been general manager of FCS, Filantropía Cortés Solari, who's especially interested in valuing ecosystem services. Now, my friend Patricia Morales will speak to you. Thank you very much. Thank you for that lovely presentation. And thank you to the other panelists. Today has been very interesting. It's been really interesting to hear about the IPCC's scientific information and what the World Bank is producing as well. I would like to tell you about what we are doing from Fundación Cortés Solari. and I am in a philanthropic group within the Cortes Solari Foundation, and we have to do with adding value to the ecosystem services. And we're going to talk about the benefits of blue carbon, which is a carbon sequestration. It's essential service that marine and coastal environments provide, and this is done much more efficiently there than on land. However, these ecosystem services are not taken into account in the economy. We always say that oceans represent 60% of global GDP, but this is mainly for extractive industry, and the value itself of these ecosystem services is never calculated. So economic growth is very closely linked to oceans. However, we don't take into account the risks that the extractivist model has. At Filantropia Cortes Solari, we talk about a multidimensional phenomenon. So the way we address it also needs to be multi-stream. If we're going to talk about economic growth, we also need to take into consideration the other risks that are in the other dimensions, and that is what we have tried to work towards for quite a long time. I want to highlight that there is no proper accounting or valuing of ecosystem services, whether marine or terrestrial or land-based, and unfortunately, there is a lack of economic rationality in decision making, and it causes negative results as far as harm on the marine ecosystem services. And there's also a lack of public policy and a lack of private investment in blue economy because science is very robust environmentally and socially in a lot of regards, but it is not environmentally profitable, except for pharmaceutical companies and oil companies. We have not created a very close relationship between environmental profitability and economic profitability. And that is part of the gap that we need to be able to cover or reduce so that we can promote investments that are not just environmentally sustainable, but environmentally sustainable as well. And there is the valuing of ecosystemic services. There's also the financial world where they're making timid efforts, but they are headed in that direction. Now, what's important for us is to prove that the ocean generates many ecosystem services related to food. It's a climate regulator. It also produces about 50% of terrestrial environment oxygen. It is an excellent carbon sequester or carbon sink due to its cetaceans and its sea plants. Also, there's a lot of economic activity in the sea, but it regulates. This is how we are able to have sustainable development, which puts all of these services into perspective. And we can see that there is a service which is highly valued, which is related to economic activity, related to extractive industry. There are many other services that are not being monetized or valued. Therefore, we cannot take quantifiable measures as far as mitigation, and we have not been able to set a price on the harms created by industries on these environmental services. And we have also not been able to assign asset values to make that part of national budgets and GDPs. Now we want to talk about environmental sacrifice zones versus contribution to employment that's provided by certain industries. Now, this is more closely related to methodology and absence of data. If we had data related to all the marine ecosystem services that our coasts provide, we could set a price on that harm, which is what I'm going to explain in a moment here based on our pilot project. And that way we would be able to regulate the market. Now, we understand that for certain people, to set a price on environmental services or ecosystemic services is nearly a crime, quote unquote, but as an economist, I believe that it is the opposite. I believe that the price has to do with this scarcity idea. And if we look at it from scarcity, then we don't even have the environmental conversation. So what we have tried to do in the Corcovado Gulf, this is a project that I'm going to present to you now. It's a state project headed by our government, which was recently presented a couple of weeks ago by Minister Urrejola at Palau. It's one of our commitments in environment-related issues. We want to conserve a species, which is the blue whale, and whales in general, which are in the Corcovado Gulf, but we're specifically working on preserving blue whales due to the ecosystem services it provides, and we're also adding a value to those marine ecosystem services that these whales create so that we can incorporate those services into our national accounts and budgets. Here is a list of the many industries which are related to oceans and negative impacts that these have upon ecosystemic services, not on the economy, of course. And there are many other initiatives which have a positive impact on ecosystem services without them necessarily being part of the traditional economic circle. I'm going to present to you our Blue Boat Initiative in just a moment here from Fundación Meri and Ralph Chapman, who is director of, or who is in the International Monetary Fund, along with others. He is going to assign value for the very first time to blue whales for their ecosystem services, and these are located in northern Patagonia. Now, first they studied and the value of the amount of CO2 that is captured by each whale, also tourism in whale watching, and the improvement in traditional fishing provided by whales, etc. So the services that are provided by whales or by each whale has a financial value of $4 million per whale, which is much greater than a whale's value in Asia for food purposes, which is $80,000. And that is why we need to establish that these cetaceans would be public goods that belong to the state with that value. Immediately, any type of ship strike on one of these whales would harm a national asset, which would then drive seafaring insurance companies. So this type of exercise can't be performed upon any other species, which is not necessarily an administrated or public sea or marine spaces administrated by the government. It can also be applied to trees or to peat, etc. Now, we began to work on this in Chile because this is really important to highlight in an international context. Chile is a rather unique country. It's 4,500 kilometers long. It has more than 130 different ecosystems, and we have this amazing capacity of being a thermometer in regards to climate change, but we are also able to generate solutions which can be scaled up, not just in environmental and scientific terms, but also in social terms, where how we communicate and engage with the community within the territory, or how we move towards new environmental education within our regular school curriculum, but also rescuing ancestral traditions in conservation, and this will lead us towards providing value to these ecosystem services. I will present to you our project called Blue Boat Initiative, and then I'll explain a bit more.
For millions of years, whales have populated the waters from the Antarctic to the Arctic, sequestering 33 tons of CO2 over their lifetime. That's 1,500 times more than a tree. Their bodies absorb the CO2 so that it does not go back into the atmosphere, thus helping to produce one of the main gases causing global warming. As they swim, the whales also provide nutrients to the oceans. These nutrients are a source of microscopic life, such as plankton, which helps the oceans to produce 50% of the oxygen consumed by the planet. It also serves as food for other organisms, creating an endless chain that favors the entire marine ecosystem and human beings who benefit from fishing activities. The more whales, the more fish. However, whales are under threat. Between 2007 and 2019, over 1,200 whales died. This is why the Blue Boat Initiative was born. The Blue Boat Initiative will install and connect the first South American network of early warning acoustic buoys for whale protection. A network of intelligent buoys with a complex system of hydrophones, oceanographic sensors, and transmitters, which will begin to operate in the south of Chile. This is one of the main feeding and breeding areas for whales in the southern hemisphere, thanks to the great supply of food and shelter generated by the unique combination of fjords and the subantarctic and oceanic currents. The Blue Boat Initiative will begin in the interior sea of Chiloé, the Gulf of Ancud, and the Gulf of Corcovado, and then cover the entire migratory route of the whales. The satellite information sent by the buoys will allow vessels to be warned in real time about the presence of whales, so that they can take measures to avoid hitting these valuable cetaceans. These buoys will also make it possible to collect vital data regarding the global warming of the oceans, thanks to the oceanographic sensors that will monitor the health of the oceans. The ocean is an essential part of the cycle of life, and we can help keep it healthy, multiplying and benefiting the whole world. Be part of this unprecedented Chilean initiative. Help us change the history of the ocean and the world.
Entonces acá lo relevante.
So here the important thing is that we have begun with a diagnosis over 10 years ago with Fundación Meri, where we saw that whales are generating these ecosystem services, which are unique, not just with CO2 sequestration, but also in all the nutrients that they generate as they move around the area. But they were also facing many threats closely linked to productive matrices in industry and also seagoing shipping. So we're going to work in two areas. We're going to be bringing the latest technology that there is for sea monitoring and land ecosystems. And the idea is to be able to hear the oceans and to identify what the impact of certain industries have on the species, to be able to work both with the industry and monitor the impacts and reduce that impact. So that's a clear mitigation process. And we add these smart buoys, and the alert is sent to the vessel, and then that way we will attempt to significantly reduce the ship strikes and save whales because of their significant ecosystem services. We are absolutely convinced, though, that this technological project is not enough. We need to get this technology and others, because this is a pilot project, into national budgets. So one is monetizing projects of this size, particularly trying to value ecosystem services that whales provide, as well as other experiences that we are evaluating with our organization. And this is what the map is going to look like. This is the Corcovado area around the island of Chiloé. And there is a high traffic transit in the ocean, and we hope to extend these projects towards the north of the continent. and they are hoping to implement this type of project in other countries. And Chile also wants to be able to show its technical capacity to other countries. That is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Patricia. Thank you very much. Great presentation. That's a wonderful video as well. Thank you. Okay, great. So we could open the panel to a general discussion, and perhaps we can take this opportunity in proposing some initial questions. So, Ana Bucher, I just wanted to ask you, you've talked about the financial offers and from the World Bank, but when people, when groups try to promote actions which foster the Sustainable Development Goals, there's a lot of missing information on the real costs in being able to reach these goals. So then, I wanted to therefore ask you if we know how much funds are available to help and support. I wanted to ask about the costs to transition in order to limit global warming in the next few years. If you wish, I can ask Patricia Pino a question as well. And this has to do with the inequality. It's what comes first, the chicken or the egg here. And here we see that there are differences between countries. The poorer countries are more vulnerable, of course. So this inequality, it requires a level of transfer of resources towards those countries, but also there's internal levels of inequality within our countries. You mentioned the Amazon area. So how do you see this problem of reducing inequality and levels of inequality compared to the being able to tackle the challenges of climate change? And for Patricia Morales, the question I would ask you is that there are issues in economic policies, for example, incorporating the environmental costs in the national affairs. So what you're trying to do is show that environmental services have a value and they have a price and that they're important. But how do you see the process of incorporating this information in national affairs and accounting? All these questions to advance the debate. Well then, thank you very much, Luis. I could start with the first question. It's first of all been a pleasure to hear all the presentations by Patricia Pina and Patricia Morales. With respect to the transitional costs, which is the key question, we still have to place a greater emphasis in understanding these costs. We're carrying out a great level of work on policies, especially the long-term policies for each country. And here, I believe that we need to understand, and both Patricia has mentioned it, that there's a cost in integrating climate change, which isn't just one action or one sector, it's rather integrated in the social, economical, and natural arenas. And that's the gap we're talking about. We're carrying out various studies, but we need to know the co-benefits of actions because sometimes it's a cost that's in an adaptation activity, for example, in agriculture, transport, power, but we must also account in this adaptation activity being able to work with low carbon activities, which will deliver benefits as well, lower costs in the long run. So we want to clarify that as well. The World Bank, just to mention this, it started to perform specific studies, which are climate and development reports, and they're going to start working in detailed evaluations of this topic, understanding exactly what low carbon activities are, especially for the long term, and what it means then to prioritize investments and where the cost truly lies. We're working with the cost of poverty, the cost of each sector, but especially in the integration and where we have the pieces that are a part of the narrative for development without leaving climate out. We can't think of development without including these topics. This is truly important. And these types of analytical studies are going to extract more of this information. There's a lot of information missing. There's a lot of climate information missing. Patricia Pino, you mentioned a lot of this that are points that are not valued, and diversity and biodiversity are key points. We need to see how we can bring these added costs and ecosystemic services, such as whales, into the picture. So the World Bank created its first bond for rhinoceros in South Africa. It was a highly used bond, but its focus was conservation of natural fauna. We were thinking of how we could apply this bond in other areas. The point being that integration, together with vision, shows that it's not just one sector's problem, rather how we can integrate that, and the cost, having a number, is really what we need to focus on. So I don't have the exact answer for the future, but we hope to have more information in the future. Thank you. That's right. I don't think anybody has the answer. I think that's part of the work for the future in co-construction of these visions. Patricia, which one? Pino, Patricia Pino. Okay.
It's not experienced homogeneity around the world. So we have, for instance, 1 point warm world will be experienced differently by people giving the inequality, or by people that are, as I said, poor or living under, depending on agriculture or climate sensitive livelihoods. So, but that is between countries, of course, it's across countries. So we know that the Northern Hemisphere, which is much more responsible, if you will, to the greenhouse emissions or to the warming of the world as it is now, are the ones that are having better options or economic means to really transform or transition. Whereas when you have global South countries and people are mostly impacted adversely, and those people lack the resource, as I said, is not only finance, but we have challenges on the governance or visibility, because usually are those people that are on the front line of climate hazards are the ones who has been historically marginalized as indigenous people or traditional population. But then this fact is of course within each country. So we have a general problem of climate justice across countries, but also within countries we have populations that are being pushed towards marginal areas, high level of informality, and as I said, livelihoods that are completely dependent upon sensible ecosystems. So I think what we should be addressing is that I don't mean to say that climate change will only affect these people. It's going to be affecting all of us. We are all under the same storm, but with different boats, with different gears. So that's what we are talking about. So some people have more resource or economic means to adapt, where others are like having to move or have to really be pushed on poverty traps because there is no other way of maintaining a lifestyle or a livelihood that as they conceive. And I would like to call attention also for the intergenerational future. So we know that this inequality or the vulnerability has color, it has gender, it has ethnicity, and it has geography. So we know that this all constitute and has age as well. So future generations is already like someone that is born now already is gonna will be living under severe constraints, economic and no economic, because of the impacts of climate change. So that's why I stress we need to scale up and implement adaptation across all levels. And if we should prioritize those peoples or those regions that have least contributed to the crisis and really need our support to have an economy that is fruitful, has jobs, opportunities, that and an opportunity for a sustainable development that is fair to all. That's it. I hope I have responded.
Muchas gracias, Patricia.
Thank you very much, Patricia. And now we'll hear from Patricia Morales. Right. Well, thank you for your question, Luis Eduardo, because effectively, I believe that many things are happening here. On the one hand, we have pilot programs in some countries which seek to advance towards a economic valuation of marine and land ecosystemic services and the internalization in the countries Palau and other areas. They're working parks and marine animals as well. Elephants, in fact, Rob Chami, who is one of the persons that works with us, is working towards that. And Chile has been avoiding this due to the existence of perhaps the wrong doctrine, where they just focus on the cost. And we're trying to change that doctrine, explaining that it's an asset. It's not a cost, it's an asset. So we need to change the model. Perhaps the ray of hope here will come from the market, because I believe that the market is advancing much more quickly. And I'm going to explain this. It's advancing much more quickly than the state, which is curious. And it has to do with the fact that there are people that are willing to invest more and more, first of all, from a philanthropic point of view, and then a non-philanthropic point of view. They're willing to invest in technology for mitigation, but they're also focused more and more in this famous ecosystemic service, because what do we do to take care of the ocean, considering the use of technology, which may be artificial, and nature-based solutions, which of course have to do with the marine and land ecosystemic services. So I think that everything that has to do with organization is very well related to aspects that the private sector can hold in organizing a market, and there's certain pilot programs being organized in that matter, and the idea is to have them be organized more quickly and that the UN and government support this, and I trust that this will create a point of an inflection that will make it obvious for the states to not be left out of having so many assets that can be used with intelligent investments, smart investments, and services. And in the end, there's a calculation that's not being examined, not being seen. So curiously, It's advancing more quickly in the private sector. So if you excuse me, I have a colloquial expression. I hope God hears you. Well, that's what we're looking for. Well, without a doubt, that's very interesting, and I hope that our governments can reach this new level. They need to update their policies because there's issues that are important in the long term, and that all these deadlines are becoming shorter. Yes, and just to add to that, we're not in the worst situation in our region, but perhaps a little bit. In European countries, even though they didn't start valuing ecosystemic services, which I believe is a more North American doctrine, they did start regulating the industries related to the different ecosystems. So these regulations obligated the development of technologies for monitoring, for example, what we're implementing here. It's a more regulatory path, or other paths include using incentives, which aren't being implemented in all regions. So in one way or another, and here I'm taking a point of view from Philly, but if there's a lack of regulation that needs to be covered, all paths are valid. Thank you very much, Patricia. So Paulina, perhaps you can check if there's any questions from the audience that are listening to us online. At least there are no questions for now, nor on the topic we're discussing. So then, shall we wrap up the panel? Well then, I'll leave the floor open to the panel members to comment and ask each other questions before we close. Perhaps there are no questions? Okay. One question. It's more of a comment. I just wanted to comment that it was very interesting to hear the presentation of the other panel members and the valuation of ecosystemic services that Patricia mentioned. I believe that it's something that should be seen in the market and how it's filling a gap in regulations. So we're seeing this in many parts of the world, that demand and the demand of these external regulations, such as in the carbon market, we see the generation of a greater efficiency in transactions, especially in productive systems. I believe that this can help with the transition. But as was said before, governments can act, but I believe that it's going to go through the private sector, the markets, as a demand, and then it will be clear that there's a need for adaptation and transition, a process that we all have to participate in and generate. I agree with you. Thank you. Well, I completely agree with you, and I'd just like to add by saying that there's an issue here. Last November, the government of Monaco extended an invitation to our executive president and myself to work together with the government of Monaco towards COP26, and we focused on this issue, blue economy, how to advance the evaluation of ecosystemic services. And if you notice, there's a discussion which has to do with the market, of course, and another one which has to do with each country. But then if you think of the high seas, there has to be an institutionality, which is multilateral, to regulate what happens there, multinational, so that international organizations will be called to regulate this because this cannot, under any effect, be just under the state. So in the private sector, we see greater interest in green investments, and we know that the ESG criteria are very weak because if every governments. It's formed by national and international regulations. The environmental criteria ESG investments is just a marker which limits CO2. It's not proactive, rather, it's just a signal. So there's a greater demand for bonds and portfolios that can give a level of traceability for mitigation. That demand is not being satisfied adequately. So this is why I think, and there's an interest to sell this type of product, and there should be an answer. So the question is, how do the states become up to date with this, and how do we regulate this? Right, and I just wanted to add a comment. I understand that in the U.S., the SEC, the Security Exchange Commission, has been studying the issue of regulating this, and the green sector is trying to set some standards, trying to assure investors that the resources will be adequately earmarked to achieve the objective that's sought. So there is a combination of public-private elements which are working together towards this direction and that are going to increase pressure on the governments, be it on exports and requirements that are going to be required, as well as financing towards projects that are moving in the right direction.
Just wanted to thank the panel and everyone here. No, I have nothing else to say. Okay. Paulina, there are no other questions from outside the group? No, there are no questions. All right, in that case, maybe we should close for now. I would like to thank you, both of you, Patricias and Diana, for your participation in this exchange. And we hope that this will continue to be Thank you very much. Have a very good afternoon, everyone. And to those who were logged into today's seminar, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Luis, for your moderation and for all of the experts who were with us today on panel 4 about sustainable economy. We are at the end of our first day for NovoPangea Latin America United for Climate Change. We would like to thank each one of the panelists for all of their professionalism, for their presentations and analysis, which will, of course, help us to have a greater understanding of the issue that we are dealing with, which is climate change. To close, as we mentioned at the beginning, we would invite you to enjoy our 30-minute documentary called Patagonia Azul, and that way you will be able to interact with the largest mammal on Earth, the blue whale. Remember that all the conversations will be available at www.fundacionmeri.cl and fcs.tv. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m., same place. Thank you very much.
These scenes record the destruction of an irreplaceable resource. The blue whale is the largest animal that ever lived, an efficient food processor, converting its diet of tiny marine animals into its own 90-ton packages of protein-rich meat. But the blue whale was killed for its oil. In a single year, 3 million barrels from 29,400 animals. After many millions of years of survival, the blue whale was nearly wiped out in a generation. The same kind of factory operation, with a fleet of fast catcher vessels supplying the mothership, is still used against other species in the Antarctic and North Pacific. On the flensing deck of the factory ship, the camera recorded the scale of the beast compared to man, the thick, oil-rich blubber for which it died. Hunted in rational numbers, the blue whale could have furnished protein to a hungry world forever. Now, for commercial purposes, it is an extinct animal.
La caza de ballenas en Chile estuvo presente prácticamente durante 200 años. La primera ballena, para hacer la corta, la primera ballena se cazó en 1787, que fue un cachalote que se cazó en las costas frente a Iquique. Y la última se cazó en 1983, digamos, desde Chome, la planta que tenía la familia Macaya cerca de Talcahuano. Los que descubren que el Corcovado era un lugar donde iban las ballenas a alimentarse y permanecían un buen tiempo ahí, fueron balleneros noruegos. Hay una planta ballenera que se instala en la isla San Pedro, que es una isla que está al sur de Chiloé, y de ahí ellos se dan cuenta, digamos, de la riqueza que tenía el Golfo de ballenas azules, y por eso instalan una planta en esa isla. Funcionó como 5 años o 6 años, con muy alta productividad. Y después hubo otra planta en Guafo, que también está ahí en el Golfo del Corcovado. O sea, siempre el Golfo del Corcovado fue un lugar, un espacio de ballenas azules.
Nosotros éramos ignorantes, tal vez. Vivimos una época de ignorancia, donde cazamos ballenas discriminadamente y se ha comprobado de que las ballenas se fueron. Las ballenas se fueron de nuestros océanos.
La caza, una caza que se hizo, yo diría, de forma bien intensiva, durante 5 años, significó que simplemente pues, las ballenas azules pasaran de largo.
I mean, that's a situation that has happened in many places in the world, where whales were hunted to what we call commercial extinction, where their numbers are so small that the whaling operations are no longer profitable. Animals leave of their own volition or are really just minimized so much that the likelihood of you seeing one is zero.
Cuidado con la caída.
Dalcahue Radio, Cronos ya.
Adelante, correcto.
Buenas tardes, señor, para pedir autorización de SARPE a prospección de investigación de ballenas cetáceos en las cercanías de la isla de Chiloé, con 9 pasajeros, 3 tripulantes. Cambio por QSL.
Buena navegación, mantengo 6.
Ok, señor, que tenga una muy buena guardia 16.
La ballena azul en el fondo es un ícono de Patagonia en este momento, desde que se volvió a redescubrir en el año 2003, que estaban ahí y que volvían a Patagonia todos los años. Es usar esa especie que es tan icónica que todo el mundo le llama la atención y donde hay una interacción o una relación hombre-ballena desde lo cultural e incluso desde lo exploratorio, desde la curiosidad, como un animal tan grande, es llevar y mostrar a la gente que es importante cuidarla y a través de cuidarla a ella, cuidamos todo el ecosistema.
Because by studying it can give us some understanding of why they're here, you know, how long have they been coming here? Will they remain here if we make certain changes to what we do? Can we improve the habitat to facilitate conservation of them and other species too?
Son especies paraguas en el fondo, especies paraguas y paisajes paraguas, que no solamente estamos protegiendo una, sino que a través de este paraguas protegemos mucho más.
So in terms of us doing a study of blue whales and using that, we can also, by pushing to conserve them, we can then conserve everything else that is utilizing the ecosystem too.
La ballena no se reduce a un objeto que nos da aceite, grasa y carne u otras materias. Es un ser vivo, palpitante, cohabitante que también nos regala la posibilidad de tener ecosistemas sanos para un mundo con un cambio climático global, un cambio socioambiental global, en el cual la salud de los archipiélagos y de los cohabitantes de los archipiélagos, incluido aquellos que participan en la Fundación Meri, están en el Melismo y todos los que cohabitamos, hasta el Cabo de Hornos, Chiloé y el planeta, nos hace bien que esté la ballena con el fitoplancton en la integridad ecosistémica. Ese es un regalo que no tiene precio primero, pero que sí tiene una consecuencia para nuestra salud y nuestro sentido de vida.
Los microorganismos estuvieron mucho antes que nosotros preparando las condiciones para que el ser humano pudiese surgir. Es la comunidad biótica que nos dio la vida y que sigue tratando de darnos el aire con oxígeno, de darnos agua pura, limpia, sin contaminantes, de darnos alimentos sanos, limpios, sin contaminantes. Esa comunidad biótica es la que está tratando de mantener tu vida y de darte calidad de vida. Entonces estar destruyendo especies, te lo vuelvo a decir, es algo bien absurdo y autodestructivo.
Apareció la segunda delante también a unos 10 grados a estribor.
Sí, la vimos, eso está más cerca.
Yeah, we saw it.
Muchas veces la gente me dice, es que va a tener que pasar algo para que cambiemos y para que atinemos. Mi respuesta de hace 30 años, ya está pasando hace mucho rato. Y las luces rojas están encendidas hace muchísimo rato. Entonces yo creo que estas son señales que nos está dando el ecosistema, si tú lo miras como un todo, que están de alguna manera todos los océanos, los mares están interconectados, ¿no? El ecosistema más importante de este planeta, agua, nos está diciendo, nos estamos acercando a un umbral de no retorno, a un umbral de irreversibilidad con la codicia, la ignorancia, la ceguera de la humanidad.
La Pachamama, la cultura aymara, la cultura quichua, al mismo tiempo que la economía ecológica del MIT, el Club de Roma en los años 70, dice el planeta tiene límites, algo de perogrullo. Pero actuamos muy frecuentemente y la mayor parte de las veces hoy en una economía de mercado que actúa como si no hubiera límite. Eso está mal.
Entonces, a mí me produce mucha rabia el sistema, cómo funciona, porque empiezan a desvirtuar lo que es la naturaleza. Entonces, si la gente tuviera ese respeto por la naturaleza, yo creo que estaríamos viviendo un mundo diferente. El mar es el que manda, ¿cachai? Y si todos entendiéramos el mar un poquito más, nos podríamos dar cuenta el respeto que hay que tenerle.
Según los cálculos, se supone que el 50% del oxígeno de la atmósfera terrestre lo produce el fotoplancton. Lo mismo con la capacidad de sumir dióxido de carbono, porque uno tiende a ver la tierra, y tiende a ver el bosque, y tiende a ver lo grande, y uno tiende a no ver el agua, es curioso esto, y no ver los chicos, los microorganismos a los cuales le debemos la vida y de los cuales ascendemos.
Entonces, esa conexión que hay con el mar, que los pescadores la tienen, es yo creo que lo que se perdió, y es la falta de respeto que hoy en día tenemos con el mar. El tema de los salmones es uno, el tema de la ley de pesca es otro, el tema de la pesca industrial es otro, pesca de arrastre. Es una falta de respeto hacia la naturaleza, ¿cachai? Pero a un nivel gigante. Y empiezan a hacer estos abusos de los recursos, y cuando uno abusa de los recursos, y sobre todo cuando uno altera un ecosistema, es cuando empieza a jugar con fuego.
And this marine habitat here is one where there's clearly abundance, but if we don't understand the key parts of that environment, then there's potential that we damage elements of it and then it begins to fall apart. So recently we've been doing a study here in the Gulf, studying blue whales, and we're trying to gain some sort of understanding about what they're doing here, how they're feeding, and one way that we do that is to attach a tag to the animals. It's attached with suction cups, and it's a tag that can record stereo sound, so we can record all the sounds that the animal makes and all the sounds that it hears, and it also has a suite of sensors that can determine fine-scale movements of the animal in 3 dimensions.
There's so much that can be done with the D-tags, and I am mostly involved in the acoustic analysis, so looking at the track, the acoustic data, the sounds that the whale is making. And the next step now is going to be to integrate those calls with all of the other data that the D-tags collect, the movement, the depth, you know, the orientation, all of that, and see how those measures correlate with the sounds that they're making.
So what we're doing is putting the tag on and trying to understand what the blue whales are doing in a very short period of time, but in very, very fine detail. So over, say, a period of a day, looking at exactly how they dive, how many breaths they take, how deep they dive, the movements they're making whilst they're foraging, the calls that they make, are their calls any different to other blue whales in other areas, and things like that.
Por eso que estamos trabajando a nivel de microhábitat con ella en Chiloé, y cómo está usándola, y cómo esta también se relaciona con otras especies de cetáceo, con otras especies de ave, y quienes están ahí viviendo al mismo tiempo.
La búsqueda que ustedes están haciendo en Melimoyo, como un volcán que se está erigido desde los canales, es un faro para el mundo que nos invita a mirar con lupa las singularidades. Yo creo que Chile tiene una situación privilegiada en el planeta por estar en este extremo latitudinal, que es un extremo geográfico único, pero también es un extremo en los márgenes, en una zona de frontera respecto a la globalización.
Es necesario que Chile pare de darle espalda al mar. Es necesario que Chile empiece a entender lo que tenemos al frente. Entonces hay una opción de hacer turismo verde, ¿cachai? Hay una opción de hacer economía verde. Es una oportunidad que tenemos en Chile. Porque el abuso de los recursos no va a ser para siempre. ¿Cachai? Nosotros no vamos a tener esa mina de oro para toda la vida, para todas las generaciones, es imposible. Y está claro, o sea, el turismo es una opción real hoy en Chile, 100% real. La gente paga por ir a ver lugares así, tal como están, wild, así, tal como son, verde, alucinante, con su flora y fauna nativa.
El sur, claro que es una brújula para la sociedad del siglo XXI porque le muestra la diferencia, la différance en términos de Derrida, ¿no es cierto? Aquello de la otredad, en lo que es otro y que habíamos dejado de percibir. ¿Y qué es otro? Nosotros somos mar. El norte es tierra. Y aquí cuando estamos, acá nunca está muy frío, nunca está muy caliente y vemos las grandes ballenas, los grandes mamíferos en el mar y en la tierra los pájaros, el territorio pajaril, ¿no es cierto? Este gran sur global tiene mucho que enseñarle en recordar, en mostrar la otredad y completar una visión sistémica biosférica en un hábitat compartido que es el planeta.
La ciencia es la encargada de explicar con afirmaciones, por lo tanto creo que es una herramienta fundamental para nosotros.
We need science to help us understand what's going on. And what science is doing is measuring things, and it's putting those measurements together and helping us understand what is going on. It's creating these scientific facts. And it's those facts that are helping us guide decisions that we make about how we protect and how we interact with the Earth. And it's really important that we keep doing this science, and some of it may seem really far away from the goal, but the things that are still far away from the goal, like understanding the microbes in the whale blow, are what we need as a foundation to get to the step that tells us more about how we can protect these species.
Eso nos va a dar responsabilidad, nos va a dar cultura, es decir, cómo vamos a amar algo que no conocemos.
¿Qué puede ofrecer la conservación? Yo creo que la conservación trae como una antorcha de luz, usando la metáfora de Aldo Leopold. La ciencia es una antorcha que ilumina aquello que todavía no vemos muy bien. Entonces, no decir que no, hay mucho decir que sí, para que se incorpore a iluminar con una lupa. Vemos un mundo que no veíamos. Y hacerlo poéticamente. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Cada uno percibe con esta antorcha, pero también crea una historia. Y al ser creadores no somos meramente consumidores. Es decir, no competimos a codazo por tener aquello que nos ofrecen de afuera, sino que nos abrazamos por tratar de contarnos las historias preciosas y que nos dan ganas de estar juntos y contagiamos un modo distinto.
Tenemos prioridades, sí. Tratar de bajar el Zodiac, tratar de alcanzar la ballena, tratar de marcar la ballena. Esa es nuestra prioridad. Pero al mismo tiempo tenemos que tratar de cumplir los objetivos de los otros investigadores. Tomar muestras de plancton, tomar muestras de biopsia, sacar fotografía aérea con los drones y que no interfiera con las otras actividades. Entonces, es mucha logística que va de por medio. Y es una expedición que es una vez al año. Y realmente mucho tiempo, mucha hora hombre invertida, muchos fondos invertidos también. Entonces tenemos que procurar maximizar el tiempo y maximizar los objetivos y los resultados de lo que estamos haciendo. El tiempo siempre juega contra nosotros. Las condiciones climáticas. Es decir, en un bote pequeño como Zodiac, con 10 nudos de viento ya estamos complicados. Con menos de eso el dron no puede volar. Son múltiples las condiciones, hay lluvia. El año 2015 etiquetamos una de las ballenas y horas después se desató una tormenta y estuvimos casi 5 horas navegando buscando refugio. Esa misma noche una embarcación similar a la que andábamos naufragó. El mar es así, hay que adaptarse a eso y hay que velar también por la seguridad de la gente más allá de la toma de una muestra.
Entonces ahora las ballenas están volviendo de nuevo a nuestro océano, porque ellas saben cómo la están protegiendo y saben en qué lugares son protegidas.
Really why this study is really interesting, because we're sort of capitalizing on the fact that these animals are coming back to a place that's very protected and very sheltered and very interesting oceanographically.
Son lugares que ellos históricamente recorrían, entonces, no sé, a lo mejor hoy día lo que hay son nietos o hijos de las ballenas que en esa época estaban en estos espacios. ¿Por qué no? ¿Por qué no pensar así?
O sea, tenemos que aprender, reaprender a convivir con la naturaleza, a saber que somos parte de ella y que dependemos de ella. Todo el mundo dice que hay que salvar el planeta, pero es mentira, el planeta no va a desaparecer si es que nosotros seguimos haciendo lo que estamos haciendo. Va a encontrar simplemente otro balance y somos nosotros los que, si no nos adaptamos a esto, podemos desaparecer. Mucha gente dice, hoy estamos mal y vamos en picada. Yo creo que al revés, quiero ver el vaso medio lleno. Quiero ver el vaso medio lleno en el sentido de que hay gente que está haciendo cosas a pequeña, mediana, gran escala, pero cada una de esas cosas suma. Todos los cambios grandes en la humanidad han empezado por una persona. Y esa persona contagia al resto y después se va viralizando, como dicen ahora.
La gente está despertando, se está dando cuenta que más que esperar que los cambios vengan de los políticos, los cambios tenemos que hacerlos nosotros. Y para eso hay que empoderarse de las cosas y hacer más que hablar.
Y cuando conocemos lo que hay allá afuera, las bendiciones que hay allá afuera, y cuando tú estás alineado con lo que está afuera y estás realmente con el corazón puesto en el propósito, todo el universo se alinea. Todo el universo se alinea.
Entonces, que cada uno de nosotros nos entreguemos con esa pasión, con ese compromiso, con esa demanda de tener todas las condiciones para una guagua, para un padre, para un abuelo, para un vecino, para una ballena, las condiciones de vida que sean creadoras, íntimas, acompañándonos en la conservación con poetas, con los antiguos pobladores, con las etnias, con los pescadores, los científicos, los gobernantes, cada uno con nuestras limitaciones, imperfecciones, pero ganas de que la vida prevalezca por sobre la muerte.